Today, we will call the June 27th Planning Commission meeting to order. Our Chairman Adkins and Vice Chair Farr are out today, and therefore we do need to elect a chairman just for purposes of overseeing the meeting today. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that we nominate Commissioner Matt Smith to serve as chairman for this meeting.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, all opposed? Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, great. Thank you. Chairman Smith.
First item of business, item B, the adoption of the agenda, which was sent out earlier. Do we have a motion? Seconded. Any further discussion? In favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I have it. Agenda is adopted. Next item, item C, approval of the minutes of the last meeting. Those were likewise sent out earlier. Could I get a motion, please?
So move.
All in favor say aye. Aye. In favor say no. Ayes have it. Minutes are adopted. Next item is recognition of council members. I think I have a list of who is here. So I'll introduce you. If I missed anyone, I apologize. It is my first meeting. Councilmember Gadd, would you like to speak now or at the time of the item? Please, please.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chairperson Smith, and hello to my colleague also that's on the Planning Commission. So thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you to the staff for all their work on this project. Today I'm speaking on behalf of a project that's in my district. It is item 3B, page 4. 3A, let's see here. Yes, 3A, 3B, I believe those are probably combined together, and those are both located on page 4. So I just wanted to share some of the engagement opportunities. You'll also be able to hear from members of the community and in District 24, and I'm so grateful that folks are here today. I have held 2 community meetings on this project, one on May 11th and one on Tuesday, June 25th, and I know this project was previously scheduled for the first meeting of the Planning Commission, and I'm grateful for the agreed upon deferral to give more time for the second community meeting. I've been working with the development team for adjustments and changes from feedback that's been given, and will continue to do so even past today. I do have I've had a lot of great questions, engagement from the White Bridge Neighborhood Association, individual members that live at the Lions Head condos that live next door, Nashville State Community College, and several other partners and organizations that live along White Bridge. You'll hear today opposition. A lot of neighbors from Lions Head and other community members that are concerned overall about traffic and congestion and what impacts this may have on that. We'll also will have had support from, communicated to me from the St. Mary Villa campus and the Villa Maria Manor, who have sent over their letters of support as well to me, and have asked for me to recognize that. There are other constituents I've been emailing today, so I just want to make sure that folks, that their information wasn't communicated, you have an opportunity to look at those. I think the last thing I wanted to share is that, I believe this, with the policy that it oversees or that overlays within District 24, it does appear this falls within that policy, and I appreciate the staff's recognition and consideration of that, and that as we continue to move forward, I'll continue to have meetings before we move forward to next steps. But I just wanted to say thank you all and make sure that that I say thank you to all the constituents that are coming here today to speak, and we'll continue to work forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Next one on the list is Councilmember Evans Siegel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, colleague. I'm here today to speak on item 16 that's before you, BL 2024-187. Today you may hear from homeowners opposed to expanding adaptive residential zoning. I deeply sympathize with their fear. Our homes are often our most significant and sometimes only source of wealth. The time we spend in traffic takes us away from our lives, and the infrastructure we lack, flooded yards, missing sidewalks, distances from parks, is a pressing and acute issue. Disapproval of this bill will exacerbate those problems, while also signaling that we do not believe in the broadly supported, data-driven planning necessary to solve our housing crisis. We know we are in a housing crisis. Currently, over a third of Nashvillians are housing cost burdened. This represents a quarter of all homeowners and almost half of all renters. To meet our current and short-term population growth, we need nearly 45,000 rental units and over 7,200 owner-occupied units by 2030. And I don't know about you, the pandemic makes time funny, but it's actually halfway through 2024, so 2030 is just around the corner. And this body knows more than anybody in town that we are not building at that rate. Cities like Houston and Austin and states like Florida and Montana have seen housing start increases when they have allowed homes to be built in commercial zones. And per staff analysis, even in its current limited form in Nashville, adaptive residential development has contributed a significant number of new housing units being constructed along corridors in Nashville. We know traffic and infrastructure improve when we allow residential development in and near commercial areas. When someone from Donaldson must drive to Green Hills for a Trader Joe's, they spend 12 miles in traffic and they are 12 miles of traffic. Placing homes closer to amenities reduces individual needs to drive in traffic and limits time unnecessarily causing traffic to others. Moreover, commercial areas are more likely to be connected to transit and infrastructure improvements, providing better transportation choices that create a more sustainable and resilient city. For over a decade, we've known that infrastructure needs demand mixed-use zoning, residential development, and to do that in and near commercial areas. In 2013, Smart Growth America compared the Gulch, Lenox Village, and Bradford Hills. The study concluded that increased density and mixed use directly positively affect the tax base supporting infrastructure and maintenance creation. Conversely, sprawling single-family neighborhoods do not robustly support infrastructure creation and maintenance, barely breaking even in the best-case scenarios. We know the data supports broad public support for adaptive residential, even if that's not the opinions that will be reflected here today. Both Vanderbilt and Imagine Nashville found that almost 3/4 of Nashvillians want an abundance of housing types in all neighborhoods. However, this sentiment is not always reflected in the voices before this body. At a minimum, 46% of Nashville households are renters, yet more often than not, this body barely hears from those renters. While at least 40% of Nashvillians self-identify as non-white, that diversity is not typically reflected in the comments before this body. Despite adaptive residential being allowed in a more limited form for almost 20 years in Nashville, people living directly adjacent to or in commercial zones are not likely here to oppose this zoning change today. Nor do I suspect they typically speak against developments going in near them. To poorly paraphrase Elle Woods, a famous Nashvillian, happy people don't come to Planning Commission at 4 p.m. on a Thursday. They just don't. And in addition to all those who won't come, there are those who are cost burdened, those who are marginalized, and those who are caretakers who cannot come, and I ask you to always remember them. Finally, I would note that adaptive residential is consistent with our plan because the planning department has thoroughly vetted it and recommends it. We need to trust their recommendation. All Nashvillians deserve housing options that are affordable and within reach. All of them. All of us. Adaptive residential is a crucial data-driven planning tool to help make housing more available. We have the studies, we have the plans, we have broad public support, and we absolutely have the need. It's your job and it's my job to act in the best interest of all Nashvillians. And I would ask that you approve this ordinance today to do that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. The next one on my list, Councilmember Horton. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Planning Commissioners. My name's Roland Horton. I'm the District Council Member for District 20 in West Nashville. I'm also here to speak on Agenda Item 16, BL 2024-187, for which I'm the primary sponsor. What this bill does is expand housing in commercial, in shopping, and in office districts, which I'll refer to broadly as commercial districts. Currently, it's already permissible to build housing in commercial districts where certain conditions are satisfied, including most significantly and detrimentally that the parcel be located along a collector or an arterial street. This is a problem not just because it operates as a significant limitation on our ability to build much-needed housing in the city, but it also banishes that housing that we do permit to the busiest, the most dangerous, and the most polluted parts of the city. What this legislation does is make a few adjustments to those requirements, including removing the requirement that the parcel be located on an arterial or collector street. This is beneficial for a number of policy reasons. First, it expands the areas eligible for needed additional housing in the city. This increases the supply of housing and relieves pressure on housing markets at a time of a growing cost of living crisis for our residents. Second, it focuses that housing construction where it makes the most sense, in proximity to commercial amenities. This represents a chance to push back against the rising tide of car traffic and congestion in our city and instead allow more walkable and more bikeable communities. Third and finally, this has no effect on residential neighborhoods and avoids potential disruption to established residential areas. So this is a relatively minor adjustment, but one that brings real benefits for housing and for our residents while also avoiding potential disruptions to established residential neighborhoods. I ask that you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Huffman.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, I almost say Commissioner Gamble, Councilmember Gamble. I appreciate y'all's time. I have two items on the agenda tonight. The first one I will speak with very, very briefly, and it is item number 11 on the agenda. I fully support the staff recommendation to defer that piece of legislation indefinitely, so I will just leave it at that. The other item is number 17. And this one is a relatively straightforward piece of legislation, and I just wanted to come up and possibly give a little bit of history so that you can understand exactly what we're trying to do here. As I have been explained by a couple of different departments, essentially what happened when this piece of legislation was originally passed by the council in 2004 was to limit the front door access to a home to the front of a house. Essentially, you had an area of town where they were trying to stack single wide trailers long ways in, and the doors were going on the end. Makes a lot of sense to try to stack them like that. So essentially what the legislation did was make it to where you said that you couldn't do that. And they did it in a hurry. And because of this, they stuck it in essentially the wrong area. This is currently placed in Title 16. And the issue with that is that Title 16 issues are appealed to Building and Fire Code Appeals Board. Gets a little confusing. This legislation simply takes that and moves it to Title 17, which would take it to the Board of Zoning and Appeals. That's all this legislation does. It's just a cleanup amendment, but I just wanted to come personally myself to ask for your support on this. Thank you.
And just for clarification, that's now item 18. You were correct. It was originally listed as 17. But
Thank you for the clarification.
commissioners, it's 18, of course, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, our department, council member. I'm grateful to be here today. I'm here to speak on item 16. This seems a little close, as I seem a little loud. So I don't have a lot to say because a lot has already been shared by a couple of my colleagues. What I really want to make clear is that when I think about the highest and best and most efficient use of our land, especially areas that are already developed, I think of the need for housing that we have today in the city and throughout the country, but especially here in Nashville with the job that you have to do. People started working from home a decade ago. And really during COVID, we saw that ramp up and we began to see office spaces become empty. And so now we have a lot of office space, commercial space that's sitting empty that we should, the highest and most efficient and best use, in my opinion, would be to use that space. There are buildings that are already there. And again, that need for housing is crucial for us to be focused on. So those are the main points that I have to say about that, in addition to what my colleagues have already shared. I'm not going to waste your time. I appreciate your service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm very glad to be here today. Good afternoon to my colleague. I am the council member for District 16 here in Nashville, and I'm here to speak in support of item number 16, as so many of my colleagues have already spoken about. Since the redrawing of the district lines due to the census, my district has picked up quite a bit of land that is commercially zoned, that is vitally underused and massively underused. And one of the biggest problems that I have in my district is a real lack of housing. My district is all, was downzoned many, many years ago to single family. And I am seeing and have been seeing for years a mass exodus from my district as change has come to the city and people can no longer afford to live here. The parcels in my district are vastly, they're underused, and I feel like they're wasted. And they are prime for housing because they are on transit zones, because they are near all the amenities that commercial zoning gives to us. And with our housing shortage, I couldn't personally come up with any reason why this wouldn't be something that would actually be a net gain for our city. The best way for me to describe it and to describe it to my constituents is that we already really do this, only we usually do it the other way. We usually start in a residential district and make it multi-use and bring some aspect of commercial into the residential. All we're asking now is that we start bringing the residential into the commercial that already exists. So we're kind of just turning it upside down, but the net effect is the same. We are creating more housing for people. We are creating housing where amenities exist that makes life easier, that gets cars off the road, and provides, fills a real need that we just see growing year after year after year. So I ask you all to support this and give Nashvillians a chance to live in some new housing and maybe experience housing and what this city can be in a brand new way, because they're going to be near those things that right now they are not, all the things that a commercial corridor can bring to people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to save you for last. Councilmember Coopin.
Commissioners, staff, Councilmember, good to see you all. Thank you for having me. I'll be brief and just echo the sentiments that my colleagues have shared. I think they made some really important points, and I second what they've all shared. Speaking here in favor of item 16, I appreciate the efforts that are made on this bill. I think it focuses housing where it's needed. In a commercial proximity, it gives us other options to get creative with where we're putting housing. I know there are some projects in my district that we're looking at from a commercial zone, and this would allow us to work on those projects and bring more options for housing. It doesn't disrupt existing residential neighborhoods, but again, it provides us another lane to develop and to build in and to provide opportunities for people to live affordably in our city, which we know is such a huge need right now. And to me, it feels like a very logical change to the code as we explore this. I know my colleagues have done some deep diligence in this, and so I don't want to say too much more, but I just ask you all to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did I miss any council members? Oh, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Councilwoman Quante Toombs, representing District 2. You have a couple of items in my district on your agenda, but first I do want to speak to item number 16. regarding the adapted residential development. Initially, my concern with this was that I have a lot of commercial parcels in my district that are actually in residential neighborhoods. There have been several parcels that are along the major arterial roadways that have been vacant for 40, 50 years, and it's been, shocking to longtime residents to see those parcels be developed. And because of that, I did do legislation which passed council triggering a notice requirement when folks do that adapted residential, so that the community can be notified, the council member can know that a project is going on this commercial lot. Because what I've seen most, if not all of the time, when the adapted residential is done on a commercial parcel, is for Airbnbs, and they get sold for over $1 million. Because my district is very close to downtown, city views, and so that's what happens in my district. I have yet to see one that's long-term housing. But I think that if it still remains that you have to apply to do the adaptive residential, it's not a by right thing, which I was a little unclear about, then I could be fine with it as long as there's notice to the community and notice to the council member, so that there's an opportunity to have a discussion with the developer, for the council member to put an NS on the parcel so that it can't be Airbnbs. Then I'm fine with the change. Item number 17 deals with the waiver of fees for the Board of Zoning and Appeals. This is just another tool for council members to be able to help residents remain in their homes. I had an incident recently where a couple, they're building it. This is their primary residence. They're building it. They got cheated by a contractor, and so they're really like pinching pennies trying to finish their home, and they're needing a variance. And it's not a big fee for BZA, but it was a big fee for them. And so this is just creating another tool for council members to use to help residents, because we are in a housing crisis, so we want folks who live here to be able to stay here. Also, item number 21, which is 520 Ewing Drive. I've had two community meetings for this project. I want to speak in support of it. It is a different type of housing for Ewing Drive, but I think that considering in the area where it's going, that there are several subdivisions, there's a new townhome development right across the street, I think that it would fit in this portion of Ewing Drive, and it goes with my goal of creating a diversity of housing options, particularly along our major corridors, which is where I've really focused development. Also, this project comes with a lot of infrastructure improvements that are badly needed on Ewing Drive, and unfortunately, we are development driven as a city when it comes to infrastructure improvements. And so I do think that this development will be beneficial to the community. And for those reasons, I am in support of it. Item number 28, which is 574 and 576 Ewing Drive. This had been rezoned before so that the developer could do 2 homes, but he found out that he was not duplex eligible, and so he's coming back through the process doing the RM2 just to do the same 2 homes that he had wanted to do in the first place. And so I'd ask you to approve that as well. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that our last council member? Looks like it is. Thank you so much for coming out. I know y'all are extremely busy, and appreciate you championing some of these initiatives to move our city forward. Now we're ready for items for deferral or withdrawal, so I'll turn it over to staff.
Okay, items for deferral and withdrawal on tonight's agenda. Starting on page 3, item number 1, 2023Z003TX001. Staff recommendation is deferred to October 24th. On page 4 of your agenda, item number 5, 2024 SP002001. Staff recommendation is deferred to the July 25th meeting. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 6, 2024 SP013001. Staff recommendation is deferred to the July 25th meeting. Item number 7, 2024 SP 016001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 25th meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 11, 2024 S 016001. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 12, 2024 S 025001. Staff recommendation is defer to the July 25th meeting. Item number 14, 2024 S 042001. Staff recommendation is defer to the July 25th meeting. Item number 15, 2024 CP 008001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 25th meeting. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 19, 2019 SP 066003. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 25th meeting. Item number 20, 2021 SP 041002. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 25th meeting. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 23, 2024 NL 002001. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 25th meeting. And on page 9 of your agenda, item number 26, 2024 S 098001. Staff recommendation is defer to the July 25th meeting.
Okay, just to confirm, items for deferral withdrawal are number 1, number 5. Number 1. You got 3.
Just to clarify, did you mention number 3? That was a new addition. No, okay. Forgive me, Chairman, I'm just trying to make sure you're on your toes. Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, items for deferral withdrawal. Items number 1, number 5, number 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 15, 19, 20, 23, 26.
That's correct.
All right. I need a motion to approve the deferrals and withdrawals.
So moved.
Moved. Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Those are withdrawn or deferred. Moving on to the consent agenda, I'll turn it back over.
So first, we'll run through the items that have been listed on the tentative consent agenda. So items listed on the tentative consent agenda, I will run through all of these items, and I will ask if there's anyone here in opposition to the item. If there is opposition present, the items will be heard by the Planning Commission in the order in which they are listed on the agenda. If no opposition is present, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. Starting on page 3 of the agenda, item number 2A, 2016 SP 040003, Bethwood Commons Amendment, in the associated case item 2B, 2024 Z042PR 001 on page 4 of your agenda. Is anyone here in opposition to these items? These items will be on the consent agenda. On page 4 of your agenda, item number 3A, 2021 SP 009001, Novel Richland Creek, in the associated case item 3B, 7874P 003, Lions Head Village Amendment. Is anyone here in opposition to these items? These items will be on the agenda to be heard. Item number 4, 2022 SP 021001, Berkhamstead. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 8, 2020 S 207004, Chandler Reserve Phase 3. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 9, 2022 S231001 Southern Legacy Company's property. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 10, 2024 S001R001 regarding the subdivision regulations. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 13, 2024 S033001 Batson Selma. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 7 of the agenda, item number 16, on page 7 of the agenda, item number 16, 2024 Z004TX001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. Item number 17, 2024 Z010TX001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 18, 2024 Z011TX001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 8 of the agenda, item number 21, 2024 SP024001, The Marlowe. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 22, 2024 HL001001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 24, 2024 S088001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 25, 2024 S097001 Skyridge Phase 5. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 27, 174P016 Hickory Hollow PUD cancellation. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 28, 2024 Z073PR001. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. Item number 29, 2023 DTC 026001 Rutledge Hill. Is anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the agenda to be heard. And that concludes our first run through of the consent agenda. So we'll run through it with the recommendations now.
Perfect, thank you. Just to confirm, you do it. Proceed.
Okay, so now we will run through all of the items identified on the consent agenda with their recommendation. As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. So items on our consent agenda tonight. Item 2A, 2016 SP 040003, Bethwood Commons Amendment. This is a request to amend a specific plan for properties along Bethwood Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. In the associated case, item 2B, 2024 Z042PR001, a request to rezone from SP to RS 7.5 for a portion of property located along Bethwood Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve if the associated SP amendment is approved and disapprove if the associated SP amendment is not approved. On page 5 of your agenda, item number 8, 2020 S207004 Chandler Reserve Phase 3. This is a request for final plat approval to create 40 lots for properties along Chandler Road and Hidden Hill Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 9, 2022 S231001 Southern Legacy Company's property. This is a request for a final plat to create 2 lots on property located at 102 MacArthur Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions including an exception to Section 3 for lot frontage of the subdivision regulations. Item number 10, 2024 S001R001. This is a request to amend the subdivision regulations of Nashville, Davidson County. Staff recommendation is to approve. On page 6 of the agenda, item number 13, 2024 S033001 Batson Selma. This is a request for a final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located at 84 Fairway Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions including an exception to Section 3 for lot frontage of the subdivision regulations. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 17, 2024 Z010TX001. This is a request to amend Section 17 of the Metropolitan Code regarding requirements for a waiver of fees associated with an application to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 18, 2024 Z011TX001. This is a request to amend Chapter 16 and Section 17 of the Metropolitan Codes regarding front facade orientation requirements for single-family structures. Staff recommendation is to approve the amendment to Title 17. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 21, 2024 SP024001, The Marlow. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 22, 2024 HL001001. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the description on 21. I'll run back. On item 21, 2024 SP024001, The Marlow. This is a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for properties located at 520 Ewing Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 22, 2024 HL001001. This is a request to apply a historic landmark overlay district to property located at 1101 First Avenue South. 1109 First Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 24, 2024 S088001 2808 12th Avenue South. This is a request to amend a previously recorded plat to modify the setbacks for property located at 2908 12th Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 25, 2024 S097001, Skyridge Phase 3. This is a request for a final plat approval to create 40 lots on a portion of a property located at 3517 Brick Church Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 9 of the agenda, item number 27, 174P016, Hickory Hollow PUD cancellation. This is a request to cancel a portion of the Hickory Hollow PUD for property located at 5255 Hickory Hollow Parkway. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 28, 2024 Z073PR001. This is a request to rezone from R15 to RM2 NS for properties located along Ewing Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 29, 2023 DTC 02600. Nope, sorry. Item 29 is not on the consent agenda. That item is on the agenda to be heard. And under item H, other business, item number 30, memo for DTC DRC member appointment. And item 35, accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
All right, thank you. Just confirm items for the consent agenda are items 2A and 2B, 4, 8, 9, 10. Not 4. Okay, 2A, 2B, 8, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, 21, 22, 24, 25, 27, 28, 30, and 35.
That's correct.
All right. We also have a request from staff to move item 29 to the top of the agenda without opposition. If I could get a motion to adopt the revised agenda with the consent agenda. Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and it is passed.
Chairman, with your permission, Councilwoman Stiles, I think if she's still here, joined us late and had requested to come and speak. Okay, she was texting maybe. The moment to, Chairman, maybe if we wait 15 seconds while folks leave the room, can see? Okay. So Chairman, I think that means the order of the agenda would be item 29, 3, 4, and 16. Is that correct, Lisa? Okay, great. All right, well, I don't see Councilwoman Stiles, so I might suggest you move forward. But let her know we tried.
So our fearless director said we are hearing items 29, 3A and B, 4, and 16. Before public hearing is open, just want to have a quick note. I'll do my best impression of the actual chairman. We always try to keep it professional. We are all volunteers up here. We'd like to have a professional and orderly hearing. No outbursts, please no clapping. We want everyone to be able to speak and to be heard. We want to hear your opinion. That's why we're here. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address at the very beginning. Thank you for coming to speak. On each item, staff will do its presentation. The applicant will have 10 minutes to speak and can save 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then we will do those in support and those in opposition, with everyone having 2 minutes, and then we're going to close public hearing and debate it as a commission. So first item is number 29.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Eric Hammer with the Planning Department. I'll be presenting item 29, a request for an overall height modification for the Rutledge Hill project. The project is located at 34, 42, and 44 Rutledge Street, 35, 43, and 45 Hermitage Avenue, and 28, 30, and 40 Middleton Street. The request is for an overall height modification that allows a 37-story hotel and residential tower, a 21-story hotel and residential tower, and a 17-story residential and office building with ground floor active uses. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions or defer without all conditions. The policy for the site is T6, downtown neighborhood. Since council approval of the process in 2015, project height modification requests in the downtown area have been overseen by the Planning Commission. To date, there have been 29 height modifications approved by the Planning Commission. The process requires the executive director of the Planning Department first make a determination as to whether reasonable efforts have been made to utilize all available bonus height programs before the modification request is considered by the Planning Commission. The determination letter was issued on July 25th, 2023, and the applicant held the required community meeting on May 28th, 2024, with notice provided to property owners within 300 feet. The MDHA Design Review Committee is required to review the design because it is within the Rutledge Hill redevelopment district, and has voted unanimously in favor to recommend conceptual approval and to support the overall height modification as requested. As part of the process for the overall height modification, the downtown code states, Planning Commission shall review and may grant additional height for exceptional design, including, but not limited to, unique architecture, exceptionally strong streetscapes, contributions to the skyline, improvement of the project's relationship to surrounding properties, improvement of the to the character of the neighborhood. As seen in the slide, in some instances, there may be other improvements that can be considered. Over the past 11 months, staff has reviewed the project in light of this criteria and has engaged the development team with comments, concerns, and questions. On your screen is the proposed conceptual site plan. The property is bounded on the north by Lee Avenue, the east by Hermitage Avenue, the south by Middleton Street, and on the west by Rutledge Street. 2 properties within the block are not included in the site plan. The southern half contains the 4 historic Victorian-style homes that would be preserved and adaptively reused by the project, while the taller buildings are at the northern half of the site, fronting Lee and Hermitage Avenues. The site strategy focuses on celebrating the remaining historical character of the block by preserving and adaptively reusing these Victorian-style homes and placing the high-rise buildings furthest from these homes, allowing for a transition in scale to occur from the north to the south of the site. These components are connected by a pedestrian paseo interspersed with single-story and 2-story retail and restaurant buildings. The site has 40 feet of grade change from the southwest to the northeast side of the site, necessitating a series of stairs and ramps across the site to facilitate the movement of pedestrians through the site. The conceptual planting plan is divided into a typology of planting styles, including edge plantings, terrace gardens, and other gardens. Further specificity on species would be finalized during the Downtown Code final site plan process. As noted previously, while buildings fronting the street are proposed with active uses, there are also active uses proposed within the interior of the site, connected by these pedestrian pathways. The site presently has 2 alleys within the block, alley number 102 and alley number 173, excuse me. Alley 102 is proposed to remain with the northern section functioning like a living alley and the southern half functioning as it does today. Staff condition number 5 addresses this by requiring the final design of the alley number 102 to be reviewed and approved by NDOT and planning and to be built to specifically accommodate both traditional alley functions such as loading, service, mechanical and maintenance access, and pedestrian movements through the site. Alley 173 is proposed to be reconfigured and is addressed by staff condition number 6 and NDOT condition number 3, which state that the applicant shall ensure that all existing operations and services that are provided through alley number 173 for the surrounding properties that are not part of this development are not impeded by any modifications made to the alley. Any future abandonment of right-of-way within Metro, including both alley 102 and alley 173, would require a mandatory referral approved by Metro Council and the applicable conditions above to be resolved. This application does not offer the final approval for those elements. These are a selection of renderings for the project. The images on the right are from various points interior to the site, and the bottom left rendering is from the corner of Rutledge Street and Middleton Street. These are elevations of the tower forms. Generally, they're curvilinear with a strong frame pattern with recessed windows, providing a textured look to the upper level facade. Ground floors are generally storefront style with large areas of glazing and masonry. Additionally, the project has received letters of support from the staff of the Metropolitan Historic Zoning Commission, the Preservation Society of Nashville, and the Nashville Children's Theater. The project is also committed to historic preservation facade easement agreements with Historic Nashville, Inc., ensuring the preservation of the structures. Staff finds that this project meets the outline criteria for overall height modifications and recommends approval with conditions for this project due to the allocation of significant dedicated open space, exclusive use of below-grade parking, and its role in facilitating meaningful preservation. All these elements are supported in turn by the proposed elegant but muted architectural language. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? All right. You have 10 minutes, can save 2 for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug Sloan, 6354 Torrington Road, Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you all for your service. I know it's a great sacrifice to especially this commission. It takes a lot of time and energy to be able to be prepared for these meetings. And a special thanks to staff. We've been working with staff for about 1.5 years on this project. And there have been a lot of changes, including architecture firms. The first renderings that we turned over to staff were vastly different than this one and were, quite frankly, quickly rejected. At all turns, though, from the very beginning, historic preservation was always front and center. The massing originally was more than staff was comfortable with. It didn't allow air and light into the center of the block, but these designs do that much better by separating that massing and breaking up the height. Another thing that was said to the project, both Essex and GBX, who are part of this project, was to allow for the historic preservation to be a part of the overall project and how you tie those together with the interior. There was discussions early on about open space, but with a lot of community conversations, we've had a number of community meetings. It was clear that the community and the neighborhood wanted some small-scale retail. And so a lot of that was introduced as well to the interior of this design. We've all seen what purports to be historic preservation in downtown Nashville. Often that is what we've referred to as a facadectomy, where you have the front facade of a building that remains and something brand new attached to the rear of it. Or you have some building that's preserved, but it's attached to a large new building. This is true preservation. These buildings will be maintained, these Victorian homes will be maintained as they are. The idea behind this, the concept of this project is a culinary district. And much like another restaurant in the district, these historic homes will be used as those restaurants. That is unique to Nashville. I've had a hard time coming up with another project that does this level of historic preservation. Another thing that we heard very clearly from the planning department, director and staff is not just more tall glass buildings, some meaningful architecture. The architecture firm that you'll hear from in just a few moments is Snowhetta. They are based out of New York. Will be the architecture here is based out of New York, and they will speak to you about how they brought the architecture, the materials, and the colors from those Victorian homes to the towers that you see. And Nathan will be able to speak to you about that more in detail. Eric just mentioned that some of the opposition, well, he didn't mention the opposition, he mentioned the alleyways. And if we could go back to that slide quickly, I'd appreciate it. The alleyways have been a point of contention throughout this process with our neighbors. We have two neighbors who still have parcels on this lot. The rest of the block is being used for the project, save those two parcels. Alley 102 in the original design was intended to be more pedestrian and to eliminate the pedestrian and vehicular conflict that will exist there. But the owners of the property on Middleton were insistent that they have their alley so that they can drive between Middleton and Leah. They have also been actually pretty insistent that alley 173 remains so that they can go from Middleton back to Middleton. And we are trying to work with both NDOT and the neighbors to make these alleys work for everybody. We now have a design that keeps 102 in place, but makes it a shared space, a safe shared space with bollards and differentiating that area, that shared space through texture and color for the materials on the ground, right? Now, 173, we're still in discussions with NDOT over about how that works out. And as Eric pointed out, that will go through the mandatory referral process and will have to be worked out with NDOT and the neighborhood and the council. Ultimately, that's a council decision. That's not really before the commission today. This is also in a redevelopment district. We've already appeared in front of the MDHA DRC, Design Review Committee, and we received unanimous support there. We will also, as we get into more details, as we get into materials that are a little bit clearer, exactly the widths of the openings, how we address the street. The comments that are as part of this approval is that we have to meet the DTC requirements, but we'll also have to meet with that organization to review the design, and the planning department has a significant presence on that board as well. So with that, I want to turn it over to the architect to give you a lot more description about how we came up with these three towers. I apologize, I need to do an attorney thing. I'd like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Well, maybe about a minute now.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I'll go quickly because we've got about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Thank you for having us here. I'm Nathan McRae from Snowhetta. We're based in New York, originally started in Oslo with the Alexandria Library in Egypt. Then we did the Oslo Opera House in the US. More recently, we've done the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. So not typically working on projects like this, but we're honored to be here in Nashville to work on this. It's a great project with obvious challenges, but exciting challenges. The transition in scale from downtown to the two-story Victorians right on this site being the most specific challenge. And appreciating the requirement specified from the very beginning to keep the historical Victorians and to utilize them for a culinary district, which is then augmented by the program of a market as well on the site. We're right there in the middle of the site. So just to speak quickly to the architecture, we took inspiration from the materials and colors of the existing Victorians. There's a paint that's reminiscent of aged copper that's sort of greenish. There's obviously the terracotta and brick colors. So within the towers, I don't know if you can, Eric, if you can go back to an image that shows maybe the renderings. Sure, the one at the top, for example. That's meant to be terracotta or a similar material, light in color, like the trim on the Victorians, and then with collars around the window openings that are different colors on the different towers to differentiate them a little bit, and also have a dialogue back to those existing historic buildings. The lower register of the buildings is meant to be masonry, which is consistent with a lot of the historic construction in Nashville, and providing that kind of texture at the human scale. We heard from the neighbors in community meetings that there was a desire for more small-scale retail, so we've projected that through the middle of the site in developments of the site planning, as discussed. Doug mentioned that people didn't want glass boxes, so while these are brightly lit, day-lit spaces, the glass sits back within a deep frame of terracotta. One more aspect to mention is that evolves and it transitions as you work your way around the building. So on the south, we added a horizontal to provide shading from the southern sun. On the east and west, there's a vertical in addition to the full frame around the window, so that provides shading on the east and west from that low light. So it performs in terms of sustainability and also performs in terms of providing a textured and varied reading as you move around the project. On the north, then, there's less where it's not required. So on Hermitage, it's more glass forward. So that's kind of really quickly the thinking that went into it. I think I went over by 30 seconds, but thank you.
Thank you.
We'll withhold a minute 35 or 30 or so for rebuttal.
Is anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support of this project? Please come to the podium. Anyone else in support can line up behind him.
It's going to be a small line.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Bernie Silvers. I live at 20 Rutledge, number 206, in the City Lights development that borders this. New to this, so bear with me. Again, my name is Bernie Silvers. My wife and I have a home in City Lights. It's not a temporary home. It's not a vacation home. It's our primary residence. And so we're very supportive of the development next to us. Many of our neighbors who have attended community meetings over the past few months share our excitement. And even if they couldn't be here today, I'd like to take just a few minutes to share what I'm here today to show my support. And those that have showed up with me, appreciate them. So since learning about this project, I've appreciated how the developers, GBX Group and Essex Development, have involved the community. They've spoke about that here already tonight. They've been transparent, addressed our concerns, conducted impact studies with mitigation plans to protect both our home and the historic character of Rutledge Hill. The design respects the historic architecture while incorporating modern elements and includes dedicated open space for a community. I'd like to add that we've been here about 2.5 years. So this development promises numerous community benefits. It will enhance local amenities, include healthcare, public safety, and much needed grocery or shopping. The mixed-use spaces will also support local businesses. Economically, this project will attract business and investors, boosting local tax revenue and creating jobs during construction and new businesses that will move in. Urban revitalization is another significant aspect. Underused properties will be transformed into vibrant community assets, increasing foot traffic, benefiting local businesses while enhancing public safety. As a homeowner, I anticipate rising property values, new amenities within walking distances, and improved safety and community engagement. This project will preserve and build on the Rutledge Hill history, bringing new opportunities and benefits for everyone in the community.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Woods Drinkwater. I'm an attorney here in town. Address is 1221 Broadway. I was involved in the Second and Peabody and the Rutledge Hill or Cumulus site that this body approved and then the Metro Council approved as an SP. I think this is a really exciting new addition to the Rutledge Hill area. It's going to make this whole area a bright and exciting new part of Nashville. It's going to round out that corner where Peabody Union is coming in. And I'm most excited probably about the culinary district. I mean, a walking area where we can experience culinary arts and especially having that teaching kitchen. I love the architecture. I love the green space, the walking space. And I think that it would be a welcome addition immediately outside the downtown core and provide much needed additional residential spaces and additional hotels for all our visitors. So I hope that you will join me in supporting this and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? All right. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition?
If you could turn back to the slide with the alleys. I'm Dan Barexa, and I represent Gail Davis, who lives at 36 Middleton Street. And she and Ms. Vartinian live on the triangular-shaped lot that's shown near these alleys. And they have been, since the get-go, raising concerns about the alleys. And we've got to remember, in the context of the Metro Code and what Metro allows and does not allow, there seems to be an assumption among some that you can just close an alley and appropriate it for a private project. That is not the case. Abutting or adjoining landowners have to consent. My clients have not consented to that. Now, we're pleased to hear that 102 seems to be staying open. I'm a little bit concerned about Mr. Sloan's discussion about bollards and who's going to control access. And one of the things we have to think about, nobody's mentioned it, but we're adding 75 stories worth of buildings in a small space that's very low density now. And you've got almost 800 parking spaces, a lot of vehicular traffic. So if we're talking about eliminating a big portion of 173 and messing with access through 102, that creates an issue, not just for my clients who can't get into the back of their property without access along 173, because that's the gate, the person gate, pedestrian gate, and their main gate. But also, when you're talking about putting restaurants along the perimeter here, you're going to have kitchens, grease traps, potential fire service, and obviously Metro Code also prefers the use of alleys for delivery of services and for movement of vehicles. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. If those wishing to speak in opposition would line up, that would be helpful.
I'm Bill Hubbard. Already finished, right? Thank you. 5220 Tidwell Hollow Road, 37218. I'm a lawyer, Bill Hubbard, and I represent, if you look, the third building over from Middleton is 40 Rutledge Street, north of Middleton there. I represent the two nonprofit owners of that building. The parking is behind the building, alley 173 abuts the entrance to their parking. So and the development is presently drawn, actually does not, even though alley 102 is partially in there, it doesn't actually reach the entrance of the parking lot to my client's building. The garbage trucks go through those alleys and picking up the garbage. UPS trucks that are accessing the back parking lot to the building, they back up alley 173 into the parking lot. Trucks cannot turn around in the parking lot. Trucks cannot make the left turn off of alley 102 into the parking lot. So it takes both alleys. And I think the staff, well, I know the staff, having talked to them, are sensitive to the problem, but the developer has not addressed it. And obviously, my clients need access to the building. I might also say they've got a ADA compliant ramp in that parking lot. That's where all the packages and so forth are loaded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name's Steve Snyder. I made an investment in this neighborhood 4 years ago and live in the City Lights community. It's my permanent address, mine and my wife's. We did a lot of homework. We evaluated what had gone on in this community. We looked at what the outcome was from Nashville Next, which was a broad-based, transparent, comprehensive planning process, which identified the downtown community plan. The downtown community plan and every plan published by this commission since have identified the Rutledge Hill subdistrict as a downtown neighborhood, not the downtown core. As a downtown neighborhood, it's been described as transitional from the downtown core, and it's been described as mid-rise at most in terms of the building heights. This is not that dense a community. This is a wonderful project that belongs in the downtown core, not in a downtown neighborhood. The developer, their architect, in fact, the staff report has suggested this is all about greater densities. Where is the infrastructure to support these greater densities? At some point in time, somebody is going to be left holding the bag when people can't get around Nashville because the densities are so great that nobody has planned for or contemplated what these increased densities mean. This process is not a modification of heights. It's an obliteration of the existing height standards. It's been conducted behind closed doors by the out-of-town developers who have hired the former director of your planning commission, who can't even describe in one of the community meetings that I attended what the standards are that are being applied to this process. So I beg you, think of this as if it were across the street from your own home, and this approval were 5 times greater than any existing facility in your neighborhood. And if you would vote for that, then I can understand why you would vote for this. Have a good night. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time, Commissioner. My name is Layla Vartanian. I live right across the street, 38 Middleton Street. I've lived there for 17 years. I also have a honky-tonk on Broadway going on 27 years. I've seen a lot of change in Nashville. Essex, a development group, wants to build a residential commercial towers way beyond the allowed height of our neighborhood. I believe in order for their plans to go through, they want to take over public alleyways. My house surrounds both alleyways. One side is where I drive to get into my garage. The other side is where Metro picks up our garbage. If the alley gets taken over, emergency vehicles can't even get through. Where's our safety? Councilman Cupin has been helpful in trying to get Essex to keep all alleyways open. Our opposition to alley closures has been very clear to Essex. We have sent emails to NDOT and the Planning Department with our concerns. We are all for development, but build within reason and not take valuable city property away from others just for personal gain. I never thought I would have to find myself to defend a public alleyway that needs to be stayed open. It has been decades of long-standing practice that the downtown codes says alleys should be left open unless all affected owners agree. 2 minutes. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Would the applicant like to have the rebuttal? Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned at the beginning, Alley 102 is staying open. We changed the design to leave it open. We've expressed that a number of times at community meetings and said it as clearly as we possibly can. The portion of 173 that goes behind Layla's house is also going to remain open. As the alley approaches her home, they're all staying open, and we've already told her that many times. Ultimately, as I said at the beginning, and as Eric pointed out as well, this isn't a decision for today. That decision is for NDOT and for the council through the mandatory referral process. And we will have to work with them to make sure that all city services can be performed on this block and that these homes can be serviced by an alley. So we would ask for your support. Thank you. I should also mention that this is going to add 300 residential units in an area where there are no current residents at all. This is in the DTC. This is not in Whites Creek. This is not in Westmead. This is in the DTC, the downtown area. And if the infrastructure is not in the downtown area to support density and support residential development, then I don't know where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Would the council member like to add anything to the discussion before we close the hearing? Sure. All right.
As he walks up from the back. Need some entrance music. Thank you so much. I was debating whether to speak or not here, but happy to address this. I think that you've heard both pros and cons of the project. I think the project overall is a great addition of residents and mixed use to a neighborhood that could use that development. And so I think overall I'm supportive of the project, but that being said, there are the remaining concerns about the alleyway. From my understanding from reviewing the conditions on the staff report, the alleyway is still a condition of approval, so even if it's approved today, it would still have to go through those conditions and then also come through the Metro Council. And I've explained to both the applicant and residents is that my expectation and hope is that we will continue to work together to address the alley concerns so that we maintain service, access, things that are important to those who are already living there. I'm appreciative that Alley 102 is open. That was a big concern for me personally. I think that creates a mid-block flow or third of a block flow, and I think that actually accentuates the project. And Alley 173, we got to keep working on. So given the fact that we still have checks and balances along the way, I'm supportive at this time of the project, but want to make sure that it's clear on the record that we've got to still figure out that last alleyway and get everybody to the table to come together on it. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thanks.
Seeing no one else wish to speak, we will declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Henley, you want to get us started?
Happy to do so. I want to thank everyone who came, and I do appreciate the council member deciding to speak. He actually addressed some of my comments, particularly those related to the alley. I see that as very strong and understandably contentious point. I believe that there's not a need to maybe explain exactly how that process works. I hope that, the council members' points were made and that those who really see this as an area of importance continue to follow along. It seems like the council members been doing a good job of communicating, particularly with the property owners on those things. I think we've had these types of projects come to us before, and I think we've always anticipated, and I will at least speak for myself, anticipated and appreciated seeing the level of detail that comes in these plans. I know that there's a lot of thoughtfulness that goes into making these areas that are really prominent in our downtown core attractive, not only for those who live here currently, but also for those who move here. But I'm really excited for what was presented, particularly around the preservation. I know we highlighted that. I know that was a core component. I was glad to see the support that was there. But I'm a proponent of having development also support preservation and finding great opportunities, great programming that allows structures that have stories that, long before my time can still be told because they have a program that supports that. And so that's something I definitely recognize here in this application. I think there's also some really important things to point out, and I think they were touched on briefly during the application, and that was, the commitment to all the parking that will be below grade. And from what I saw, I think the parking component, I know we have quite a bit of challenges downtown with parking, and one of the things I hear the most, especially out in the community, is with new development, we're encouraging more people to come downtown. Our transit system does not effectively, at least in this current state, support the level of attraction that we're drawing there. And so, for the time being, we need to be able to accommodate car traffic, and we also want to make sure that that is something that does not impact and impede the public realm. And it seems like that was stated and understood here. I think there's a big push towards green space and sustainability and the connectivity from the walking space. I think there's a community that's been addressing the river and addressing downtown and has had several, for over a decade, but several blocks that really divided it from that type of energy. I think this is an opportunity to continue that connectiveness that we've started to see going in that direction. I think there's an interesting mix of uses also. I know a lot of times we see projects and this is not just one tall singular tower that has the, kind of single tenant or things that you would anticipate in the past from just an office tower. And so it's also encouraging to me. I did make one note here as well, because it came up in the conversation about the infrastructure concerns. And I'm looking at this plan. I know there's a lot of comments and conditions from NDOT, but if there are any particular things that I think staff could speak to around emphasis on infrastructure that's probably not within the boundary of work that we see that may be taking place to support this, I would love to have that highlighted.
I'll just say broadly, we are in frequent dialogue with water services and NDOT about big picture issues. As you know, we're performing a infrastructure and housing analysis for council right now. But I frequently hear the infrastructure capacity is downtown. And so we strongly support neighborhoods and placemaking downtown, but also new residential development there, because we believe that a living downtown is the heartbeat of a community and a region, and residential areas are part of that. NDOT has specifically provided some conditions here that would require sort of ensuring that this development works with the departments to ensure that any upgrades are needed, that those happen specifically here. But there's no sort of large kind of discussion between the departments right now about there being deficiencies in downtown. There are in other parts of the city that we'll be talking about with council later on this year. Eric, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I kind of jumped out in front of you there.
No, just to add, from projects that we've previously reviewed in this area of town, we confirmed at that time, and this is about 2 years ago, that the water and sewer at the very least were sufficient for future development. But that is all I have to add on this topic.
No, thank you for that. I've expressed my comments. I'd hear from other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Clifton?
This is a pretty massive thing to be deciding based on the amount of information we've heard today. I realize we've read some of the things before today. And I know they've worked a long, long time, all sides have. But I'm a little uncertain about this. I have long since become aware that density is not a bad word, certainly not in terms of downtown. That's, not something that I'm scared of. I believe more in the multiple uses of downtown than I even knew possible 15 years ago. But when I hear discussion about these alleys and they're closed and they're open, and maybe they are, and maybe they aren't, I'm not clear right now just how open they are in a conventional way of using that term. And I don't know that today's the time to address that any further, because I think that's just one of a few things that we might want to know more about. I know we have great staff. They've made a recommendation, but we have an independent responsibility, I think, to make sure we've got our questions answered. And some of these questions that have been raised by people here today are pretty compelling, pretty interesting. I'd like to know some of the answers. And then I hear a lot about we're going to keep working on this. And that's true. That happens a lot after things leave here, but I don't think I'm prepared to vote for this today. I'd like to see what the result of them keeping working on it is and how that might impact some of the problems that have been raised. I think it's a well-intentioned project that could be great for the city. I don't know if it's quite the scale that I'm willing to vote for right now. Just what I'm thinking right now. Thanks.
If I can offer some context on the alleyways, I'm a big proponent of keeping alleys open, certainly downtown. If you've worked with me, you know that I would love to get back some of the closures that we've made 20 and 30 years ago, because I think it would help our city function better. I also think from an urban planning perspective, our understanding of how alleys need to work in great urban environments has evolved. I went to DC last month. Sorry, so just for everyone to know, we have to, Chairman, if you're okay, I'll just explain. We have to record our meetings as a public record, and so part of that is having the microphones working. And so I can hear myself. I'm not sure you can hear me, so give it a pause. They didn't want me to talk about DC. I think now would be a good, if we wanted to alleys. I think our views about how alleys need to function has changed over time, but I agree with their incredible importance. I was just in DC at the wharf, and if you haven't been there, it's an interesting project on the waterfront, but essentially there's a network of alleys that are both pedestrian, vehicular, and shared, and it works incredibly well. If I had to guess, the bollards are a function of separating those uses, but can you clarify, Eric, what the bollard can be kind of a scary word. What does it mean in this context? Do you know?
Yes, to speak to the site plan or the concept plan that was shown, the bollards are meant to line the edges of the alley. They're not to prohibit access into the alley at any point. They're meant to essentially make sure that the alley vehicular traffic does not spill out into any of the adjacent portions of the site.
So that's actually best practice. It's not sort of one of those large hulking things meant to secure a building. And that ensures that the alleys can serve several functions. To the question, though, about height, which I do think is really important, we are in a downtown context, but we want contextual design. And I'm curious, Eric, if you could provide the commission with information about both height and FAR of adjacent projects, immediately adjacent projects in the area, either built or approved.
Absolutely. So I'm going to refer to this map. I think this is the map that probably most clearly shows the surrounding area. There are two SPs that are essentially on the block, catty corner north of this. That would be the one that with 044 and 028 on basically both sides of President Ronald Reagan Way. The heights of those two particular SPs are, there's 6 buildings in total, 39 stories, 32 stories, and 29 stories on the site on the right, and 32, 36, and 18 stories on the left. And in terms of, I think
so just refreshing what we're proposing, so is that consistent? That is consistent with what we're looking at today? Or can you qualify?
Absolutely. So the tallest tower proposed in this application is 37 stories, but it is roughly in the same range as those. Obviously, 39 stories to the north is a little bit more, but some buildings are proposed that are less. So it is within the general range. And I believe you asked about the floor area ratio. In terms of the development, I believe the calculation was 5.6 was the floor area ratio. So that would be if essentially you took the property that is shown here in red and basically took the total development and made that into a floor area ratio, it would be 5.6. So it's kind of, it's within kind of the same category as some of the other projects we reviewed. It's actually kind of less, I believe, than what's proposed in the SPs that are to the north.
So I think, Commissioner Clifton, I guess what I would suggest in looking at these projects is the context does matter, and I think contextually the height doesn't match exactly what's across the street, but it is in a general range. And I think, this city has really struggled, as you know, and you've been so deeply passionate with historic preservation, meaningful historic preservation. So much of what I hear Nashvillians say is they feel a loss of fabric and a loss of resources that are unique to us. And so we have to find really thoughtful ways to ensure that we are, as a commission and as a staff, doing work to protect those resources. Unfortunately, a lot of those resources aren't protected by local landmarks and local conservation districts. And so there are a lot of vulnerable areas. And what we try to do is be really thoughtful about working with developers to say, if you preserve all of these and their interiors, then yes, we will recommend more height, because we have to sort of provide a balance, not just in our housing goals, certainly, but also in what can be accomplished on the site. And so if we're going to require by condition that properties be protected, then generally it's important to be flexible and thoughtful elsewhere. And so that is what we're trying to accomplish with this application.
So basically you're saying that absent the process of putting an overlay, historic or conservation overlay over something, which wouldn't probably happen here because it would not be in the best interest of the owners, understandably. That another way to look at it is it's getting what we can from the discussions about how to protect the current feel, the use of alleys and such as that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speaking more generally, not just to this site, because I do think there are a lot of historic properties downtown that aren't protected. And so I'm trying to give you a sense of how staff looks at those, especially if they're not protected by overlays and the like. Yes, thoughtful integration of materials at a great and exceptional ground plane experience that is responsive to those historic features is important. And then absolutely the preservation and protection of those assets so that future Nashvillians can see the Victorian structures that are on this block. We think that's a huge priority, and I would admit it was a big factor in our support of the height elsewhere. Now, the alleys, I think what's always a challenge with the commission and then, of course, publicly is that essentially we go from very broad concept plan to more detailed work through different processes. And that's how it's set up. It protects our interests and it protects the public's interests. This concept plan shows the alleys, but any change to those would have to go through this mandatory referral process. It needs to be better named because it sounds really weird, but our staff essentially quarterbacks that. So we will have our eyes on any changes to the alleyways, and those will ultimately have to go to Metro Council for review. So if anything happens in that process that fundamentally changes the plan or its functions, then we'll have our eyes on that and we'll be able to bring it back if it meets, a certain standard for modification, if you will. So yes.
I guess implicit in the discussion is that there are no protective overlays on the Victorians at this time.
So Eric, can you speak specifically to I was trying to give you a bigger picture of just sort of strategy, but right. Eric, can you speak, or we can certainly invite the applicant if we want more detail to speak to that. It's up to you.
Yes, I can clarify. So the homes that are being referred to, the 4 Victorians, are not within a historic landmark or historic preservation overlay. They are within the National Register. However, that does not kind of afford them sort of zoning protections. That is a list that can influence things like demolition, but it doesn't exactly protect those structures. So the answer to your question is no, but I wanted to give a little bit of extra information.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify something. On this, in this project, I suppose it would be underground parking, correct? And the access through to that underground parking, would it go through these alleys, either one of these alleys?
Not as currently proposed. The access would primarily be from Lee. However, I would state that there are still items like the MMTA, the multimodal transportation analysis that would need to occur that would determine kind of final locations of those items.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allen?
I have a few comments. I appreciate a lot about what has been presented, just about this project and this development. Since the below-grade parking, the open space, the small-scale retail, and also the adaptive reuse of the Victorian-style homes. One thing that stood out to me, if you can go to the slide that has the elevations on them, it was really striking looking at the Rutledge Street elevation to look at, I'm assuming those are a couple of the Victorian-style homes that are remaining adjacent to one of the newer structures that are proposed. The scale difference is really significant. And so just looking at I guess the meat of this application about the overall height modification, Without this modification, what are the limits on the building heights that can go on this site?
6 stories with the opportunity to acquire additional rights through the bonus height program to 7 stories.
And did I hear the bonus height? This had already been submitted through the bonus height program?
Absolutely. So to clarify, I mentioned the bonus height program before. Prior to a application receiving a determination letter, essentially it has to show that the application is using all of the available bonus height that is that's allowed or available to it on the site prior to receiving that. There are several bonuses here that are being used. Those are all kind of detailed in the determination letter that I believe is appended to the end of the staff report.
Yeah, that was my general concern, just kind of looking at the scale. I know we talked about context in reference to some of the other sites north of this one, but I think context within the site is also important. So is there a way to just kind of address the scale difference? And maybe it's addressed in the site plan and I'm not quite, seeing it or understanding it. But another way design-wise to relate to the context of the scale of the buildings that are remaining and not it being such a stark difference. I understand, I heard about the context and material and color and things like that, but I think scale, if we are going to maintain some of those existing buildings on the site, scale is still very important.
I mean, we would welcome your feedback as to sort of what conditions you think would be appropriate. I think that certainly the challenge here, and the architect alluded to this, and perhaps we could have the architect come up and answer any of those questions, sort of how they consider the transition between these much higher densities in the blocks adjacent and these Victorian homes that we desperately want to save. And so, you've got sort of tension there, visual and design tension, and how best to accomplish that. But if you wanted to entertain sort of additional feedback from the architecture team, that's who I would recommend calling to the. Oh, come. Thank you. Needs to state his name again.
If you could state your name one more time.
Thank you. I need to practice this. So happy to speak to that. What we've done, there's obviously a huge transition in height from 2 stories to 37. What we've done in order to mitigate that, understanding that human experience is at eye level, it's not looking at an elevation. We have pushed all the mass to the north and west in order to push it along in a kind of an L shape to the north, while the Victorians remain in an L configuration to the south. So we've pushed all the highest mass as far as we can away from the existing buildings, with open space in the middle to give them distance. And as well as that, we've minimized the footprints of these towers so that they're narrow, they taper as they go up to let daylight in, let air pass through, and to have as little impact as possible in terms of their mass. So it's not one huge massive tower overwhelming these Victorians. It's 3 smaller tapering towers with a good amount of texture that gives them scale, and also tries to recess away from them in distance as much as possible. So I would say those are the basic strategies we've taken in order to mitigate that scale jump.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Chair. I'm scared there. A question about the conditions in the report, staff report. There are recommendation for approval with conditions. One of those conditions being that a portion of Alley 173 is if a portion of Alley 173 is abandoned or altered, the applicant shall reconfigure the alley to directly connect to Middleton Street within the bounds of the subject property. So for clarification, has that condition been met? I know we talked about 102 remaining. What's the status of 173?
Essentially, that condition is in place, and that works with the NDOT condition you'll see on the previous page. In order to ensure that if an alley connection is changed, that it is done on the site of the applicant, rather than kind of a shared responsibility between the property owners. And that if it does change, that would be the configuration, rather than a configuration that impedes other properties.
Okay, so if it is changed, so it hasn't been determined yet if the alley will remain or if it would change, although we did hear from the council member who is committed to working with the community and working with the developer to make sure that some part of that alleyway maintains for the residents who live close to that. I think at this time, I'm comfortable moving forward with those conditions and with the commitment from the council member. It seems that the project meets the policy for the area. It meets the recommendations for the allowed height restrictions. I think there is another opportunity at the council level for us to weigh in on this if those conditions aren't met or if things aren't addressed as has been stated today. So because of that, I would be comfortable moving forward.
Councilmember, I just wanted to make sure, I think you and I are saying the same thing. Any alley closure would need to go to council. And I would just, if you're all right with it, Chair, just clarify, because this commission doesn't review a lot of downtown height modifications, and I know Eric mentioned it, but this is the final review. The project doesn't go to council, but any alley closure or decisions about public space would. I think that's what you said, but I wanted to make sure.
Thank you for that
I wanted to make sure
clarification.
y'all had the facts. Okay.
Thank you.
No more discussion. Is anyone comfortable making a motion?
Okay, there we go. Just want to make sure the mics work. Well, considering our discussion, I think I'm going to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation to approve with conditions and defer without all conditions.
All in favor say aye. All in opposition say no. The ayes have it.
Commissioner Dunn.
Oh, and Commissioner, we should know Commissioner Dundon is recused herself. All right. Our next agenda item is 3. Do we do 3A and B in tandem?
Yes. And you'll hold one public. Yes, and Chairman, you'll hold one public hearing for both.
Thank you.
All right, I'm Dustin Shane, staff planner, and this is item 3A, the novel Richland Creek SP, formerly known as Crescent Lion's Head. This is a request to permit a mixed-use development, an SP north of White Bridge Road in West Nashville. Our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Zoning on the site, it's shopping center, SCC, and within a commercial PUD. And the policy is T4 Urban Community Center. I'll run you through an overview of the site plan. For orientation, the right-hand side of the screen is north, and the left-hand side of the screen is south and White Bridge Road. So the colored areas are what's being modified. So the beige is a stacked flats building. That speckled area in the center of it is a parking garage that it will wrap. The green areas are areas of vegetation and green space. There's a parking lot to the left of the building that's south that's going to be reconfigured. And then you'll see various multimodal pedestrian elements extending out to White Bridge Pike, sidewalk and crosswalks. I'll move on to the next one. And this is zooming into the building a little bit more. So that gray square to the bottom of the screen, that's to the east, that's the Trader Joe's. And then I want to explain how the height transitions. So the left-hand side of the screen up to the left of that speckled box is 7 stories. The majority of the building is 5 stories as you move right, which is north. And then that little tail down in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, that transitions down to 4 and 3 stories. And that's near the Lions Head condominiums to the east. Some elevations showing you what it'll look like. This is the main public-facing building, public-facing facade of the building. It will face White Bridge Road. You can see it's more traditional in its architecture, 7 stories. Most of that bottom floor is going to be retail. As you move around the building to the west, that top elevation is what's next to the Greenway. That bottom elevation is what's behind in the back that you'll see from the existing Greenway area. That middle long elevation, that's the east side. That'll back up to Trader Joe's. That parking garage that you can see where the access is, we do have a condition of approval to enhance that screening, so that's not the final display of what'll be there. And then to the right-hand side of the screen, that kind of plainer looking architecture, we also have a condition of approval to make that match better with the rest of the building. So just some numbers. It's a proposal for 277 multifamily units and up to 6,000 square foot of commercial space. As I explained, the height, 7 stories up front, transitioning down to 3. There's sidewalks and improvements throughout the site and then in the vicinity, and you can read those in some of the conditions of approval, all the different multimodal improvements that are being offered up in the vicinity that will also benefit the existing businesses. Parking-wise, there's a garage parking, as I showed. The numbers that they're proposing do meet the minimum requirements of the PUD. They're also reconfiguring that adjacent parking lot to increase capacity and flow. The existing Steinmart parking lot has about 130 parking spaces. Those will go away, and I understand that some of the businesses use that as overflow. So the applicant has proposed that there will be 70 spaces within the parking garage, which will be open to the public to try to address that issue. Policy, as I said, T4 Urban Community Center. That policy calls straightforwardly for mixed-use urban centers that have a mix of high-density residential with community-serving commercial, generally limited to 3 to 5 stories, but there are conditions for higher height. Those, the bullets you see on the screen are the conditions that this project meets. It's in a Tier 1 center. It's providing generously for pedestrian connections in the area. The street, White Bridge Road, is a prominent arterial. The block structure is very deep and wide, and then they're contributing and making improvements to the open space and greenways for our city. So based on that, we're recommending approval with conditions and disapproval of all conditions on that SP. I'll run through real quick. Item 3B, which is the PUD amendment that goes along with this for Lions Head Village. This is amending that PUD, and we're recommending to approve if the SP is approved and disapprove if not. Zoning, again, SCC and PUD, the policy T4CC. The site layout with the different square footages listed within the PUD. This PUD was approved in 1976 for a commercial shopping center. In 2012, there was 127,600 square feet of commercial space there. The vacant Steinmart building is what's being replaced, and so this PUD amendment would just allow the 277 units in that spot, and we found that it was consistent with the policy again. So we recommend approval in tandem with that SP. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? While the applicant comes up, I want to remind everyone, 3A and 3B are going to be voted on together, and there will be one public hearing with both items. Thank you. 10 minutes, save 2 for rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to present novel Richland Creek, for your service. Thank you to staff and council members for being here tonight. My name is Simcha Ward. I'm a Director of Development with Crescent Communities. This has been a long and fruitful process for our organization, one that began in the summer of 2020. We've had 4 years of due diligence, outreach, neighborhood and community meetings, design, and revisions based on community input, and are pleased to put forward a proposal that is aligned with planning policy for this location. I want to begin by thanking Councilmember Gadd for facilitating and attending numerous neighbor and community stakeholder meetings. We've held 13 engagement meetings in the past 6 months, in addition to many more in prior years. I also want to thank our team members who prepared for those meetings, listened intently, and made countless modifications to the plan as a result of community feedback, including reductions in height and density, modifying the architecture based on adjacent neighbor comments, and enhancing pedestrian, bicycle, and mass transit access and infrastructure at the site. Thank you to the many public servants who have provided valuable feedback, including Metro Planning staff, the Nashville Department of Transportation, and Metro Parks and Greenways. Thank you to the many individuals who wrote, called, and showed up tonight to speak in support of this proposal. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Nashville State President Dr. Jackson for her valuable feedback on her project. She's authorized me to share her enthusiasm for the upgrades to the WeGo network on White Bridge Road that will be part of this development, and especially for our agreement to fund 2 new WeGo bus stops, one adjacent to the campus. And lastly, a thank you to Richard Borofsky, the CEO of Villa Maria Manor, and Mary Queen of Angels for facilitating our meeting with the elders of these neighboring communities, and for the letter stating that both the diocese and the residents are comfortable with our plans and supportive of the pedestrian safety enhancements. Joining me today are Kim Hawkins from Hawkins Partners, who will speak to you about the policy alignment, and Beth Ostrowski from KCI Technologies to discuss traffic and parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Sim. Good afternoon. Kim Hawkins. I live at 2205 Natchez Trace, 2 miles from this site, and I have frequented this site hundreds of times over my last 38 years here. I appreciate the several councilpersons' comments earlier this evening on Nashville's dramatic deficit of adequate housing. I think it's appropriate for this development as well. In 1976, the site was zoned planning unit development with a sole focus on retail and commercial. In the last 50 years, city planning objectives have evolved considerably, promoting a more integrated or mixed-use policy and zoning. And these ideals allow for more walkable, efficient, and connected development plans. In response, Metro Planning and Council adopted form-based code in 2005 to reinforce those ideals through physical form rather than a separation of uses as a primary principle. That code was enhanced in 2015 with Nashville Next Community Character Manual through a 3-year process that involved thousands in the development of shared community goals and vision, which then passed Metro Planning Commission and Council. Novel Richland Creek builds on that vision. In Nashville Next, the site is identified as a Tier 1 activity center. That means it is the highest priority for the city's investment to meet long-term goals. 2040 Access Nashville Plan identified our entry, the White Bridge Road, as a priority corridor and a high-capacity transit corridor that supports residential to meet those 2030 goals. Through Nashville Next, this is where the Metro Planning Commission determined that growth and residential density in our city should occur, and we agree. This policy of urban community center encourages development or redevelopment as intense mixed-use areas. We meet this criteria by providing low to mid-rise residential uses without displacement and retail uses, structured parking, and a more connected multimodal network, resulting in a more pedestrianized environment. As noted, this development will occupy a long vacant Steinmart and its surface parking. Our plan also provides broader community improvements throughout. A more visible 1,000-foot extension of the Richland Creek Greenway, added trailheads, lighted and trail amenities, safety improvements for the current Music City Bikeway, added sidewalks throughout where none exist today, new and improved WeGo transit shelters and access that Sim referred to, all to allow better connectivity to and across White Bridge Road and to the adjacent neighborhoods. In 2007, our office designed the Richland Creek Greenway. Today, we really embrace this as a trail-oriented development to welcome Greenway users so that they can live and gather and play here. And now to Beth.
Hi, I'm Beth Ostrowski, traffic engineer and regional practice leader for KCI Technologies, located at 500 11th Avenue North. I also am a direct neighbor to this project with my personal residence less than half a mile from this project site at 5539 Knob Road. My team began our work on this site in 2020, coordinating closely with NDOT, meeting their requirements for studies at that time. More recently, we've coordinated with NDOT to update our 2020 and 2021 efforts to meet the new multimodal transportation analysis requirements, or MMTA requirements. In coordination with NDOT, we scoped the project when we were re-engaged earlier this year and followed their requirements to conduct the updated analyses. That analysis was submitted in March 2024. I'm grateful to NDOT for their deep and thorough collaboration and review of our study for this process. It's been ongoing for many years. NDOT has submitted a comprehensive list of conditions following their review that I know you've seen. The conditions from NDOT are broad-ranging and include improvements to all modes of transportation, including WeGo transit improvements. Our team is accepting of all conditions from NDOT related to this project. You are likely to hear today some conversation from opponents and supporters about the proposed traffic signal for this site. What I want to say in regard to that now is that traffic signals aren't put in as part of a popularity contest. Traffic signals are put in when warrants are met and when a thorough and comprehensive analysis is done by experts, by traffic engineers, and reviewed by NDOT. And then ultimately, traffic signals are approved by the Traffic and Parking Commission, not by this body. There's a condition related to the traffic signal, and we do support that condition. Finally, I'd like to point out that an analysis was done to compare traffic volumes generated by a typical by-right commercial development for this site to the proposed residential mixed-use land use. The results show that the trip generation for the proposed residential development generally produces less traffic than an equivalent commercial site. I'm available for any questions, should you have any, and we'd like to reserve our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
We will hold 2 minutes for rebuttal. Public hearing is open. Would anyone in the audience like to speak in support of the project? We'll get there.
Really loud, I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Courtney Lays. And I'm a partner at a national labor employment law firm, Fisher Phillips. And I'm also a resident at 5557 Knob Road. I'm proud to be here today in support of the novel Richland Creek project. A little bit about myself, really quick. My family and I moved into the area just around February 2020, and that's me and my then 18-month-old son, just a week before the world shut down. And so we quickly gained an appreciation where we were unable to commute anywhere for that the green line behind us, where we could go and walk to Trader Joe's and to Target. The reasons why I'm in support of this project are largely contained in the email that I sent you. So in the interest of time, I just want to quickly go over a couple of the reasons that speak to me and why this project is so important to my family. The first is safety. The proposal will make the shopping space a lot safer for pedestrians like me and my family when we walk on Saturdays. Not right now while it's 100 degrees, we're not psychopaths, but we like to walk to Trader Joe's and Target, and so we'll make it safer for us. The second is an increase to amenities to what I like to those in West Nashville. I've dubbed us the Westies. We need more than a Buffalo Wild Wings, and we need more than a Red Robin. And so this will give us more amenities and will make it a more livable space for all of us. So thank you so much for your time and for having me, and I really hope that you will support this project. Have a good evening.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Cahill. I live at 4307 Colorado Avenue, so I am a neighbor of the development through by way of the Richland Greenway. I've also lived in Nashville since 2009, and I fit into the stereotypical mom profile who frequents the Target, Trader Joe's that are next door to this development, and then also a yoga studio that's across the street. I attended a Crescent community meeting a few months ago where they reviewed improvements that they were going to make to their plans based on community feedback, and they listened at that meeting again for more input. I was ecstatic to hear a developer who seemed just as focused on the community and surrounding space as the residential building itself. I believe this development will not only bring increased housing options and neighbors, but will vastly improve the area's functionality and accessibility. At the present moment, I cannot access Trader Joe's, Target, and my yoga studio without having to get back in my car 3 separate times and navigate near impossible left turns and confusing traffic patterns. Moreover, I should be able to access all 3 of these areas by bike from my house, but lack of signage and space for pedestrians and cyclists make it challenging to navigate safely. The Crescent Community's plans for this area would solve these problems and more. I've been extremely impressed with Crescent Communities, with the responsive and thoughtful planning they've put into this development. I think it's great and quite frankly, much needed, a much needed move forward for the developing White Bridge area. I hope to see Novel Richland come to fruition and to see more of community projects from them in Nashville in the future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Lee Doby, and I live at 3815 Whitland Avenue, and I'm speaking in support of the Novel Richland Creek development. When I moved to Nashville many years ago, 1981, my very first job was working in Mayor Richard Fulton's office. One of the most memorable parts of that job was observing how Mayor Fulton made infrastructure needs and repairs a priority. On his way to and from work and while being driven to events and meetings around the city, he would always have a tape recorder in hand. During those drives, he would note different things he saw that needed to be fixed or tended to. A storm drain was overflowing, a pothole needed to be fixed, a bus stop needed repaired, a traffic signal was out, and so on. Then, every morning when he arrived at the office, he would hand that tape recorder to his secretary, Ann Chapman, who would transcribe the list of repairs and requests and send them off to the relevant department heads. As someone who has lived off of West End Avenue for more than 20 years and also uses this shopping area frequently, I know that there are many basic infrastructure needs at this site that even Mayor Fulton would have spoken into his tape recorder. I support this development because it will address many of those needs. This project will improve 2 new bus stops, add new crosswalks, a new sidewalk, a marked bikeway, an extension to the Richland Creek Greenway, a new greenway trailhead, a new traffic signal to allow for a safe left turn out of the shopping center, which is desperately needed, and a new stormwater drainage so that we don't continue to dump contaminated surface water into the Richland Creek. I don't know what else we could ask for from a new development. I realize that traffic across the entire city has gotten worse as population has grown, and my commute on White Bridge, Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rudy Edelin. I live at 207 Osceola Avenue next to the Humane Society, and I'm speaking in support of the Novel Richland Creek project. Since I graduated college and moved to Nashville in 2015, I've lived in Sylvan Park, the Nations, Charlotte Park, and now I'm proud to own a home right off White Bridge Road. I spent the last decade circling the corridor of West Nashville, whether commuting to my job across the street from the Belmead Plaza, running the Richland Creek Greenway, or grabbing a drink at Neighbors, and I hope to continue calling it home for several more years. During my time here, I've seen this place grow and change and experience the good and the bad. Yes, I spend more time in traffic in this area than I'm used to, and yes, I've seen some of our favorite storefronts or local businesses get replaced by something new. But I've also seen the massive upside to this growth. I've seen this community become younger and more diverse. I've seen most businesses thrive, and I see more people on the Richland Creek Greenway every time I go for a run. These are the signs of a healthy community. And while there are always growing pains, we need to encourage healthy growth, not resist it. I support the novel Richland Creek development because I believe it supports this upward trajectory. It will revamp an old shopping center that I visit every week by making it more walkable, safer for drivers and pedestrians, and by adding a better access point to the Greenway. It'll put density where it belongs, in a commercial center close to Nashville's urban core, rather than in a suburban neighborhood. And it will replace a vacant department store that has no business being there anymore. I'm excited to see the new faces that move into my neighborhood. I'm excited to see the Steinmart lot get the facelift it deserves, and I'm excited to take advantage of the infrastructure improvements that this project offers to neighbors like me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Taylor Harrell. I live at 4505 Harding Pike, so I'm right across from Belmead Plaza, just down the road from this development. I frequent the Trader Joe's and Target in that area, and I live in the community, and I've only lived in this specific community for a year, or a little under a year now, but I'm native to Middle Tennessee. I'm from Murfreesboro, but I've been in Nashville now for 4.5 years. And I'm not, I've seen development in Middle Tennessee my whole life, so I know that it's scary, and it's always been scary to me. But I also know what it causes, and it's traffic issues, housing issues, and, you know, us young folks, I'm on the younger end. I'm only 27 years old, so I'm getting the brute end of the housing crisis. So I'm in support of the novel Richland Creek because I'm an active community member, and I use these amenities daily, if not twice daily, because I like going there a lot. But I know that this project could really benefit this area, and I could see how me and my neighbors could really benefit from having delineated driving lanes in this spot. If you've ever tried to turn out of that area, it is very difficult. And it would benefit us really well. The extension of the Greenway, the trailhead, and all those different amenities would be really beneficial to those of us who love to run and bike and utilize the area, but as well as adding housing availability in this area that is affordable would also be great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in support? All right.
Hi, my name is Caroline Willett, and I live at 78A Brookwood Terrace, and I'm speaking in support of the novel Richland Creek development. I've called Nashville home my entire life. I love living here, but I'm aware of what our community needs to grow in the right direction. We need more housing options to handle growth. Across our neighborhood, thousands of homes are popping up, and existing land is becoming more and more valuable. I would love to own a home here one day, but where it stands right now, it looks uncertain. I like apartment complexes like novel Richland Creek because it houses more people in less space, decreasing the need for high-density, single-family housing, which has taken over my neighborhood. Whether we like it or not, our community is growing, and we need to address this growth correctly. Keeping this space retail seems like a loss when this development promises so many improvements to the direct area. The Richland Creek Greenway is a huge community asset, and improving it only serves to benefit us all. Thank you for your time, and please consider my views when reviewing novel Richland Creek development.
Hello, y'all. My name is William Jameson. I live at 215 Leonard Avenue, just behind the headwaters of Richland Creek. It's not much more than an ephemeral stream at that level, but I'm here to voice my support for the novel Richland Creek project as a significant transportation improvement in this area. My wife and I like to ride our bikes to Target whenever we can, but the worst part of our day is trying to navigate White Bridge Road. Fortunately, we can just make a short detour to McCabe Golf Course and take the Richland Creek Greenway there. This avoids the shadeless, noisy, and downright dangerous White Bridge Road and allows us to take a much more pleasant ride down to Target. The only trouble is at the end, where the bike trail is poorly labeled, and you're just as likely to exit behind St. Mary or Nashville State as you are behind the intended target. And I would like to see this development move forward with its improvements to the bike infrastructure, shade trees, and other pedestrian safety upgrades that would improve mobility and accessibility, which are really the truest traffic solutions anyway. Walking, biking, and taking the bus will all be made easier by this project. And I hope that you will see these benefits as clearly as I do. And I thank you for this chance to speak.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Mello. I live at 1350 Rosa Parks Boulevard, but I grew up and my parents still live off Near Top Drive, so just right up the hill from Target. As a lifelong Nashvilleian who spent, my whole life growing up in Westmead and then another 2 years during COVID back at my parents' house, I understand the character of this community as well as anyone. As a young person living in Nashville that wants to build a life in the city that I grew up in, I also understand that we need more housing and a variety of it. I still spend a lot of time in the neighborhood. I shop at that Trader Joe's and I eat at Sonny like twice a week. But Nashville's changed a lot in my lifetime, as I'm sure you all realize. I remember when there was not a Chipotle there, no Panera, we still had sports seasons and Bellacinos. But we're a growing city, and we need to accommodate that growth. There are always concerns about more traffic, more noise, and construction. But I've been following this development, and it seems like the developer, Novel Richland Creek, has spent a lot of time listening to the neighbors, and I think that they've created a project that will fit well with our community. When the Greenway first opened, everyone in the neighborhood was ecstatic. Having an entrance on Post Road will be a great improvement to the Westmead community. I also think that improving our access to the Greenway and Bikeway and improving pedestrian safety is also super important in this area. We should be building more developments like this that incorporate walkability, density, and increased housing. I love Nashville, and more people should have the opportunity to live here. Building more housing is a great way to do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Clements, and I live at 511 Stevenson Street, and I'm speaking in support of the Novel Richland Creek project. As a resident of West Nashville, I'm critically aware of our need for diverse housing options. This project, in my opinion, offers a lot to our community that we as residents are going to directly benefit from. What I'm most excited about is the extension and improvement of the Richland Creek Greenway. Unfortunately, access to green space is shrinking, and I jump to support any development or developer who's willing to come in and add large community benefits of this caliber. This will increase the entire community's access to this space, which is critical in ensuring that we're growing in the right direction. Personally, I walk this greenway almost every day, as many residents do, and my neighbors do, and I'm excited to see, how our natural environment is going to improve with this extension of the greenway. I also like the idea of mixed-use land development. I attended the community event at TCAT earlier this week, and I was really impressed by the development plan, and I think it's a really good idea to intermix residential development with a commercial space to decrease car congestion and improve the walkability of our community. Personally, I believe this project will address our community needs and improve the quality of life for residents like me. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in support of the project? All right. Those speaking against?
I'm Steve Norris. I live at Lions Head Condominiums. My concern is about interfering with exit from our condominiums. We have only one exit. It goes on to Post Place. And unfortunately, there are two exits from this shopping center into Post Place. People come through there to use Post Place to turn left to get to Harding Pike. That jams us up, makes it hard for us to get out. Our concern is that increased number of residents coming out trying to turn left using our light will jam us up worse. I understand that the proposal includes a traffic light that would help mitigate that problem. But when I read I'm not an expert on your procedures here, but when I read the conditions, I didn't see the traffic light listed as a condition. Maybe it indirectly is, and I'm misunderstanding. I would suggest that you should not approve this if the traffic light will not be approved if we don't have assurance of that. Are we jumping the gun before the NDOT speaks about that? Because without the traffic light, we'll get jammed up and won't have exit from Lions Head. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Martin Donner. I'm a 20-year resident of Nashville. I reside in Hillwood, but I am a property owner in Lions Head. So I have two ways of looking at this project. One is someone in the community and someone also that's an investor in Lions Head. And from a perspective of being a community member and wanting to create a pedestrian-friendly place, the Greenway is the jewel of our neighborhood, but there's really no attractive, enhanced way to get to it. There's just always an uncomfortable way to get in. And we have an opportunity since 1976 to create something that's really a beautiful entry point to the jewel, and this is not it. This, to me, looks like an obstruction to the Greenway. I mean, look at the scale of that, and that looks like a fortress built on the Greenway, not creating accessibility to it. So I would task, one, that Brenda, Gad, go back to what Kathleen Murphy had requested, which have a study done on the whole White Bridge corridor and how do we redevelop White Bridge to make it pedestrian-friendly, a micro economy where people don't get in their car, don't get on the bus, but stay in their neighborhood. That does not create that environment. There's 6,000 square foot of commercial space. It's a coffee shop. They have an opportunity to do something that engages the community to come to the Greenway, to the complex, to Lions Head, but it's beyond Crescent. It's Stockbridge, which owns the shopping center, that has to take the leadership in redeveloping that and redeveloping it in a broader way than just looking at the back 3.67 acres. So I'm not opposed to redevelopment, but do a long-range comprehensive plan of what this shopping center is to look like and include mixed use, but don't create a blockade to getting to the Greenway. When you look at that, it sounds great, but that bikeway exists already, and it becomes more obtrusive to get to it, circumventing around that building. And same thing with...
Thank you.
Anyways, that's just my perspective on it. It really doesn't offer a lot to the community, and something better could be done.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Acuna, and I live at Lions Head. And first of all, I appreciate you listening to us. And listening to the people who are for this project is very positive to hear them. And so what I'd like to do is share positive for them and for you, to remind you. The positive is they want more housing. Well, we're going to have 3 other developments right behind us that are going to be going up to give them the housing they're seeking. We're also going to have those developments create parts of the Greenway that's going to enhance it so that they can have the development of the Greenway that's going to enhance what they're looking for. This particular project that they're proposing up against the Lions Head is going to, first of all, the traffic is already on Harding and White Bridge. But what this particular project doesn't do, is what I should say, it doesn't enhance the neighborhood. It doesn't enhance the Greenway. It creates an entry to the back of their property to allow bicyclists, which are awesome, to go to the back, which is already there, for those who didn't know that there is an entrance off Post, to get to the Greenway. For those who live in Sylvan Park, they talk about the traffic. They can hop on the Greenway. All of that's there down White Bridge, Rose, Knob. You know, that traffic is going to be backed up anyway. We've got St. Thomas Hospital, which is our emergency center. When all of this congestion occurs with the 3 that are already there, I'm not even mentioning this one. But all of that congestion, we've got one entrance into our residence, which Steve made reference to, Post Place. How are those ambulances, fire trucks, which already happen, how are they going to get in? What's the traffic proposal to deal with all of that? So I ask you to please reconsider any approval for this project. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anita Howards. I live at 4487 Post Place, which is Lion's Head, which we heard from a lot of people here in support of the project, but I'm just going to build on what Barbara said by saying we are the backyard neighbors. And I just want to say that there are the 2 other projects that are already going on Harding and West End. We know that they're going to add at least 600 housing units there. I think I'm really saying that as a lesser number because I think it will be upward of possibly 1,000. And I know there are at least 2 other developments that they are proposing there. So it's not like we aren't in support of housing. I am. I know that that's needed, but it's already there. I think what we need in the space that we're looking at is something different. We don't need this apartment, and I just ask that you don't rezone it for that because it does allow for more commercial space there, for more restaurants, which somebody mentioned. This is not going to allow for that, and the greenway is already there. The entrances are already there from everywhere. The bicyclists come in from there. There's ample opportunity to access that greenway. They are not improving the actual greenway. They're just talking about the entrances to those greenways. And I also, lastly, want to touch on the traffic because it is going to be a nightmare already with those 2 projects that are going on and more. And I cannot understand how this is going to do anything but make it that much worse even with a traffic light. And we do have sidewalks and we do have crosswalks already. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
For any further comments, could we please keep all comments relegated to this specific project? Thank you.
Hey, Twana Chick, I have 5967 Cane Ridge. I have more comments than a negative opinion of this. I keep hearing everyone talk about access to the greenway and traffic, and what we experience in Cane Ridge is that if this project begins today, it'll be 2 years minimum before the greenway improvements and the traffic light improvements and maybe some restriping occur. So I would ask for consideration that the condition be that those things happen in advance of, or at least alongside the development of the project rather than waiting the 2 years down the road that it will take. That seems to be the thing everyone who's spoken support is in support of. And it would be great for that to happen on the front end or at least alongside rather than waiting for the entire project to finish as often happens with some of the triggers. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, thank you for doing this for us tonight. I'm Kathleen Del Casino. I also live at Lion's Head, where I do feel we have a little bit of a unique perspective on development in general. It's been there a long time.
If you could speak a little bit more
Nobody
to the mic.
knows we're, sorry. We've been there a long time and nobody knows we're there. And I want to say we are not against development, and we're certainly not against more housing for Nashville, although this is not a good example of affordable housing, which is where and I don't believe in trickle-down housing because I grew up in Manhattan, and whenever a developer says to me, you're going to have this, it rarely happens, and the neighborhood changes. And I'm not saying we have an ideal neighborhood. I know Whitebridge is nobody's favorite neighborhood, But I've been asked to read this very quickly, but I'm going to hand you copies because it's too long. But one of the neighbors wrote it. Main concerns, we're already congested with traffic, as Steve mentioned, and not just White Bridge, Post Place especially. People are actually, because the striping from when they built Canes was never repainted, people are actually driving the wrong way in the lane to get into Canes and to get out of Canes. But at any rate, it does create a poorer quality of life for area residents. It really doesn't contribute to us. We do feel we'd like to hear from NDOT. I keep hearing that they've had meetings with them, but we have no information. It lacks a master plan for the area. Kathleen Murphy was committed to that. We already feel like we got snowed about Canes. People are going in the exit all the time. And that means we can't get off our street, or we can't get in our street because they're lined up out onto White Bridge. And it doesn't meet Nashville Next goal to foster strong neighborhoods and champion the environment. Thank you. Can I give these copies to y'all? There's multiple copies. Thank you.
Any further comments? Is the council member still here? Would don't need to. Okay, you want to?
Sorry.
Excuse me.
I think there's one person after me. I'm Elizabeth Jesse. I live at Lions Head, 4487 Post Place, number 40. And I've lived there since 2015, but I also lived in Nashville since the 1970s. And as my colleagues and neighbors, all of our neighbors have said, we're not against development, but where is the infrastructure to support this massive building where there's going to be there's 277 units, and some of them are 2-bedroom, and there's going to be about 450 parking places in a very small space where Steinmart used to be. I don't know if you've ever been to Trader Joe's, but every day you go there, the parking is just blocked up, and they want to take away parking from us. So I think that the Edge Hill novel was built and they received input and they took down the number of units in Edge Hill novel. And we would like to take the number down from 277. If they want to live there, if they want to build there, then make it friendly for the neighborhood. Reduce the floors that are there and make it available for a good environment with the grass and everything near the greenway. We don't want a cement jungle, and that's what's happening to this neighborhood. Thank you. We strongly support a strong neighborhood. Thank you.
Howdy. My name's Ray Walker. I live at 40 Lions Head. I've noticed that the novel people brought all their employees and their relatives and everybody with them to support them tonight. If you walk from one end of White Bridge to the other, you probably won't find 100 people that can afford to live in this new apartment complex they're building. I checked with the Edge Hill rental rates, and they run from about $1,300 to $4,300 a month. Now, people that work at Target, Trader Joe's, anywhere on White Bridge, you're not going to find anybody that can really afford to live there. These things are going to be built for migrant tech workers coming to work in downtown Nashville. They're not local people. They're going to haul people in here to fill those things up. And NDOT is totally absent on this project. A couple of 4 years ago, they rated both ends of White Bridge below standard as far as intersections. White Bridge is basically a parking lot at certain times of the day. You can't get in, you can't get out. They put canes in there. Now everybody's driving the wrong way, coming down Post Road to get in canes to get them some chicken. Okay, my time's up. Shot clock just went bad.
Thank you. Any further comment? Would the applicant like the rebuttal time?
I just wanted to thank all the folks who came to speak from the community tonight, both in support and in opposition, for coming to speak. You know, we haven't agreed on everything, but we've had some fantastic feedback from the neighborhood here that's improved the project, and I greatly appreciate everyone who came tonight to speak. I also want to thank all the commissioners tonight for taking this project into consideration. We humbly ask for your recommendation for approval and happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Seeing no further comment, we'll close public hearing. And does anyone want to get us started? All right, Commissioner Clifton.
Well, I had a couple of things. One, Mr. Norris raised a very specific question, which I'm not sure I completely followed, about the traffic light. And I think maybe the staff might be able to help me understand that, because it was a very concrete, interesting question, I thought.
So on the NDOT list of conditions, the specific condition is additional analysis will be required prior to the submittal of a final SP to determine the appropriate traffic control and any related geometric modifications at the intersection of the existing access drive and White Bridge Pike. So basically more data, more detailed study to find out what exactly needs to be done.
And I guess that could lead to the thought, since there's nothing definite there, that, well, maybe that will go away, but it doesn't sound like that's what the developers expect, that something will have to happen. It's just a matter of what. Is that how you would see this so far?
Yes, NDOT needs additional work with the traffic engineer on the property or on the project to determine what is the best approach to traffic control in that location. So there are already a couple of signals, and so you have to, a traffic signal has to be warranted, and so they need to do additional study to determine what's the appropriate control mechanism at that intersection.
So it's typical that at this stage we wouldn't have definite answers about exactly what it would be, but it's definitely part of what will happen.
It's not unusual to determine the final improvements on a traffic control at an intersection at final site plan, correct? And so NDOT has included that condition.
Okay. I think one thing that struck me as people on both sides were talking was that that the single most positive thing that's happened to how we look at planning in the last few decades has been a growing realization that that a lot of us didn't understand for a long time, that integrated mixed use, rather than segregating your housing and your commercial everywhere, that this mixed use is the way to go for all sorts of reasons. And when I look at this proposal, even with its lack of definition, because it can't have definition until some things happen like NDOT, it's a great example of what we have to be doing. So I'm encouraged by it, and I don't blame anyone who's worried about it, because there's lots to worry about in terms of that intersection. But I'm strongly supportive of it. So, thank you.
Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did he call you?
Well, Councilmember Gamble, please.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Clifton's question about the traffic light. I do see in the conditions where it suggests that traffic analysis be done. So to clarify, there has not been a traffic study done previously?
No, there has been an MMTA, a multimodal transportation analysis was completed. And as you all well know, with a code change, actually, a couple of studies have been done on this project. As you well know, NDOT changed the way that we do studies. They used to just be called TIS, traffic impact. And so now we're looking at multimodal, and so we're looking at everything, walking, biking, transit, and cars, of course. And so that study has been completed and analyzed. NDOT just needs a little bit more work and some more study on what the appropriate treatment is at this location. And so that's not unusual for them to review an MMTA, accept it, accept all of the conditions that go with it, and ask for additional study at a later date.
Thank you for that clarification. Another question, has the developer committed to contributing to whatever that analysis shows in regards to the traffic?
So they would be required to complete whatever is called for in the additional study.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
So this is an area I'm very familiar with, having lived here a long time and not too far from that area. Just a couple questions, and I think one of them is probably beyond the context of what we're going to be voting on tonight, but I think that there was a lot of comments on both sides that really made a lot of sense just from what I know about this area. So I'd love to hear from staff in the planning process. To what extent was the greater corridor and that greater shopping center considered, or was it really a site-specific analysis?
So with the MMTA, the multimodal transportation analysis that was done, that builds in traffic from other either planned developments or under construction developments into that analysis. So the MMTA is really taking a broader look in regards to traffic, which I know was some of the questions that came up. So that is built into the MMTA and the improvements that might be done. We did look at how to better incorporate sidewalks throughout, connections to the Greenway throughout, understanding that we were limited on the parcel that we were looking at under review.
Okay, thank you. And then for traffic, which is, it seems like everyone acknowledges that's a concern, and there's a plan in place to address some of these things. And again, this is not going to be related to what we're going to be voting on tonight, but in the future, as this development progresses, if it turns out those the lights that were put in place are not adequate to address that traffic, what is the process for the community to address those traffic issues that may turn out differently than the plan is intending?
Sure, it's not uncommon for additional improvements to be considered or made by Metro if 5-10 years down the road Metro's sort of continually modifying and changing streets and intersections and traffic control or the ways that those things work. And so that's just sort of part of a growing city, is that it's not uncommon for changes to be made.
And then, sorry, last question is the floodplain area. I know this is right up against Richland Creek, so I just loved it. And I didn't see any maps that had that floodplain analysis. But is there an issue with flooding, and especially in terms of areas that we're counting on for ingress and egress to that area?
Do you want to pull up the policy map that might show vulnerable areas?
For this, that's good. So the sort of lightish green area would be areas that are within the floodplain and floodway. And so there's not any in this particular property, but Stormwater has reviewed this plan and has recommended approval. So for a site where you already have sort of everything is paved and covered, there's actually going to be some green put back into the site where there's not now. So, but Stormwater has reviewed it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Henley?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of different things here. I think, first, I serve on our our Greenways and Open Spaces Commission, and also on our park board. And so I'm always encouraged when any private, development comes in and has taken the steps to, contribute and extend our Greenway network. I do think that, again, as we look at more and more ways, I think, NDOT and renaming its analysis and taking a big step in how it looks at how, the mobility of our community is defined is really important. And I think two things that really stood out to me about this is one, the focus on the multimodal access and use for the intended residents here, but also an amenity and a use for other residents. But two, and we had quite a bit of comments about this earlier, is just really looking at our areas of town where past and previous commercial uses are no longer functioning and using those to create new homes. As many of you have come and spoke and mentioned to your time and your tenure as residents of Nashville, it's just really disheartening to see a lot of our communities are happening to be changed due to displacement. And when we have projects in front of us where there is no displacement, it speaks to me as very important. I think it's something that sometimes we lose context of. This was a Steinmart. It closed in 2020. It hasn't been anything for 3-4 years now. And we're looking at 277 homes for Nashvillians. And so I look at and consider a lot of things that were mentioned here today, but I think that's something that speaks to me the most is nobody's losing a house and 277 families are gaining one. And so I just wanted to say that. And I think I agree with a lot of my other commissioners about what they see as valuable too.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone comfortable making a motion?
Move we approve staff recommendation.
We've also got a memo right in front of you with an added condition from Greenways, so just to include that in your motion.
And you'll need to vote on 3A and 3B separately. So if we can get separate motions on those.
All right.
So if your motion on the SP could include the updated condition, then that would be great.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Good enough.
Just to read out loud, because I think it's a good one, the added condition that will be added to the staff report is that the final site plan to provide landscaping that creates a park-like setting within the Greenway Conservation Easement. So that will be added as an additional condition. All right.
So Commissioner, it would be, we recommend approval of staff's recommendation with the added condition in the record.
Yeah, let's clear that up.
Exactly what I was trying to say.
For item 3A. Yes.
Right.
For item 3A. Do we have a second? Second. All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
On opposition, no? The ayes have it. Do we have a motion for item 3B?
Motion to approve item BP with conditions as approved with 3A.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposition say no. The ayes have it. Item is complete. Commissioners, we've been here for a little bit. Do we want to take a break? Yeah. Perfect. We'll resume in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
How many more? Just two more.
is item 16 on the. Do we have another? We do have, I'm sorry, number 4. My bad. Okay.
Need to get some soothing aromatherapy over there, Chairman.
All right. Take it away.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laszlo Martone, and I'll be presenting item number 4, the Berkhamstead SP. So the request is to rezone from 2 SP to permit a multifamily residential development. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The application consists of a single parcel that is approximately 11.63 acres. It's located on the north side of Burkett Road and is approximately a quarter mile east of Nolensville Pike. The parcel currently contains a single-family residence that draws access from Burkett Road. And I'll note that Burkett is classified as an arterial boulevard in the major and collector street plan. The site is located within the suburban neighborhood Evolving, as well as the conservation policy areas. Suburban neighborhood Evolving intends to create and enhance suburban residential neighborhoods with more housing choices, improved pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular connectivity. The conservation policy on the site is associated with a small pond located in the northeast corner of the property. It's that little green speck up there. Here's a look at the full proposed site plan. It's kind of hard to show the details in this plan view, so I've actually broken it up for viewing purposes. Right now you're looking at the bottom half of the plan. On the bottom of the plan is Burkett Road. Near the entrance, the plan proposes 119 multifamily residential units with 2 different unit types. There are 72 units in 3-story stacked flat type buildings and 47 units in 3-story attached townhome type buildings. The proposed units are oriented towards Burkett Road, as well as the proposed public streets throughout the site. The stacked flat units are served by surface parking that is located to the rear or to the side of the buildings, and the townhomes are rear loaded with garage parking along private rear drives. The plan proposes to construct a local public road, which you'll see running north from Burkett Road, and it terminates with a cul-de-sac turnaround feature. There's also an east to west local street proposed at an intersection further up the site, and you'll see that on the next slide. The plan also includes a publicly accessible walking path labeled as a greenway on the plan along the western property boundary that connects to Burkett Road. And the intention is to eventually connect to another path on the adjacent property to the west. Now we're looking at the north half of the plan. As we look to the northern half of the plan, you can see the intersecting north-south and the east to west streets that are stubbed. And we're also able to see the remaining units, and there's also some open space towards the rear, which the developer has included with a few amenities. On the screen, I've highlighted 4 key characteristics of the suburban neighborhood evolving policy. Reviewing the plan against the policy, staff found that the plan incorporates design characteristics of the policy by providing a moderately dense development with a mix of housing types. The plan frames and orients buildings to public streets. It proposes building heights of 3 stories, which you would typically see in this policy area. And lastly, incorporates public streets that allow for future connectivity to adjacent parcels. Staff will note that the plan is also sensitive to the conservation policy area, the small pond that I mentioned earlier, as it phases the building footprints away from the pond feature at the northeast portion of the site. Given that the plan meets the design guidelines and characteristics of the suburban neighborhood evolving policy, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you very much. Staff can hear. 10 minutes, 2 for rebuttal.
Good evening. I'd like to save the 2 for rebuttal, but I will not need all 8 of the other. John Cooper, 103 Fox Hunt Point, Nashville 37221. I'm here representing the developer of this project, Cambridge Communities. This developer is made up of 2 longtime local developers, Rick Blackburn and Gary Wisniewski, who are both here. Rick and Gary combined over the past 30 years have built more than 8,000 homes in the Nashville area. Their previous projects, some of them include South Point, the Park at Wiltshire, Lenox Village, Southgate, and Tuscany. So they are well rooted in the community. This would be 119 units with 72 2-bedroom and stack flats and 47 2-bedroom townhomes. These will be for sale homes at a price point that's attainable for young professionals and for retirees looking to downsize. We've heard a lot tonight about housing choice and the need to have more housing options, and this developer is purposefully focused on that issue. We started working on this project in 2021. Since then, they've had 6 small group workshops in the community and 7 community meetings. The developer owns the project outright, so they're not looking to get it rezoned and then flip. This is their property, and they're going to build it out and be responsible for it. They have made numerous concessions over the past couple years to address concerns of the neighborhood. This includes over 35 specific changes to the plan based on community feedback, which was a reduction in density from 144 units to 119. The site now has over 50% open space. They've added the walking trail, additional sidewalks, enhanced design standards, a prohibition on short-term rentals, a right-of-way for WeGo stop, and a pull-off area for delivery vehicles. They've also partnered with a mortgage lender who is going to provide down payment and closing cost assistance for teachers and first responders looking to purchase units here in the development. They've agreed to a number of architectural restrictions and features that go above and beyond what would otherwise be required. Each home will have a distinct American farmhouse and craftsman style architecture. They've agreed to building material restrictions. As mentioned, there are amenities that have been provided, like the walking trails, playground, pavilion, and community gathering green space. They will also be making a donation to Maxwell Elementary School out of the sale of each home. We believe this is a very well thought out project. They have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort working with the community. The project is supported by Councilman Rutherford. It's supported by staff. It's consistent with policy, and we hope that you will vote in favor. Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak in support of this project? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Thank you.
Hey there, Twana Chick, Cane Ridge Community Club, and I sent in the proper request for the 5 minutes. What this map doesn't show is there are 2 conditions we're asking you to remove from this evening. If you have a map, Mr. Laszlo, that shows the relationship to Pettus Road, we are asking for this requirement for the stub out to be removed because that gets in the way of the preservation of green space that we want to happen. There is a dotted purple line of a future roadway that travels through this property across Pettus Road, through the backyard of some $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 homes. And having that requirement on the developer is causing him to not be able to do one of the request that he had agreed to, which is to preserve that back area. The reason it's important is that very small pond that Laszlo is talking about actually drains down that thick black line of the next property, and we're trying to preserve all of that and the stream as it flows out of there. The other important context is that we have had over 10,000 units approved between Nolensville Road, Murfreesboro Road, Bell Road, and the county line in the last few years. And so conservation of a little bit of our green space, every little bit becomes really, really important. And we're trying really hard everywhere there's an opportunity to preserve a little bit. So we're asking that you remove the condition about having the roadway stub out there. It also wastes money for the developer, and it costs money, and it removes the trees that we want to be preserved. This last week alone, I've had the luxury of getting to see baby osprey and baby barred owls, and that only occurs where you can leave undisturbed, mature trees and forest land. The other that we're asking to be removed as a condition, that adjacent property 005 and 004 are in line for development also. We in the community wanted there to be a common entrance onto Burkett Road for these two, and this developer agreed to put an easement in to allow the adjacent property developer to use that rather than having two that are side by side in about the length of this room coming out onto Burkett Road that already is very congested. So we would ask that that one be removed as well so that there can be an easement used for the future development of those two adjacent properties. And this developer was also supportive of that. So that is the two things that we're asking for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners.
Hold on just a second. Did you want me to see if there was anybody else?
Is there anyone else? I think I'm with you, though. I didn't see anybody. Your rebuttal, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. We are in agreement with the removal of the conditions that Ms. Chick mentioned. We've been talking to Councilman Rutherford. I think he understands where the community is coming from. Obviously, we're going to do whatever we're directed to do by this commission and the council, but we are in agreement with making the changes that the community group has asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll close public hearing. And I'd love it if someone volunteered to start us off. Commissioner Henley.
Yeah, so I've got two things, and actually both of them are related to the points that were made just now. I was trying to visualize the relationship with the pond and the area, and I think I got that one. But my question may come back to that. But as far as the easement, I think I got lost a little bit there because I see a lot of the roads that are here are public right of way are being created, and so maybe I'm just not aware of exactly where there's an inhibition for someone to be able to access an adjacent property.
I can speak to that. So let me go to this slide. So we have received a couple revisions of this plan recently, and we did have conversations about some proposals of easements and I guess the bounds of where the right-of-way would extend. We received a revision where they were proposing an access easement just west of that first drive that happens behind the first set of stacked flats along Burkett Road. So it would go east to west, and they're proposing a 50-foot access easement that would lead to the property to the west. It was just an access easement, and they were not showing any right-of-way improvement. They weren't going to build out that segment of the road. I did talk to the NDOT reviewer about that, and they had some comments and concerns about the queuing that would happen with having it serve the development, potential development to the west, and concerns with queuing that would happen along Burkett Road at the entrance of the site. having both sites being served by that primary entrance right there. And as far as the north and south, where we end at the cul-de-sac on the plan, so there is a segment of a planned collector a collector that runs north-south through this site and to the north to the properties that she had mentioned. And the cul-de-sac had been in this particular plan since really I think the first iteration of the plan. And recently, there was a request to remove it and to have just the east to west connection that you see and increase the open space towards the back. So basically remove the potential to have a north-south connection to Pettis Road. It's in the MCSP to make that connection, so which is why it had been in the plan in all previous versions. We did receive a revision that they wanted us to consider that, but we kind of went with what the MCSP required. I don't know, Lisa, if you want to speak any more to those two particular questions.
Yeah, I think there's two separate issues, and I think Laszlo just did a good job explaining them. The first one is staff has included a condition. It's condition number 3, if it helps, in your staff report that says that the right-of-way for the north-south and east-west shall extend to the property boundaries and be identified for future connectivity. And so they don't have any issues with the east-west, and they have shown those, but to the north-south, they would prefer to not have that north-south road actually be able to extend to the north in the future. Staff, as Laszlo said, has been consistent in our feedback because there is a planned north-south collector street between Burkett and Pettis in this sort of general area, right? And so we were like, here's the chance, we're getting this north-south road, we'll go ahead and get the planned collector. So that's why we have been consistent in that. The other thing, the other was the east-west access easement. And I think it sounds like that NDOT just maybe did not have all of the information that they needed to make a determination of whether or not that would work, and had some queuing concerns. I think we could probably continue to look at the east-west access easement. I mean, I think we certainly are also in support of consolidating access where we can, especially along collectors and arterials like Burkett. And so I think that we could certainly have you all include a condition to continue to work with the developer and NDOT to look at what that east-west might look like. The determination on sort of the MCSP, if you all, want to consider that not extending, then we may just need to relook at the MCSP.
I know the worst thing in the world is after you've been working for months, someone come in and say, well, how about this? But is there a way to cut off that north-south about the detention pond, leave an easement? So if the property north gets developed, that connectivity is still there if and when you'd actually have not a road to nowhere, so to speak.
Yes. Wait, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm being told.
Or is that the emergency
They would probably, it depends on the length. They may not have to turn it around if there's the sort of intersection with the other local road. But the portion of the MCSP going through this site was removed from the MCSP, but maybe our map just has not been updated. Okay. But not through the northern portion. So it was So it was intended that through this site, it would be a local street, and then there is an extension to the north. And so I think we've been trying to accommodate that. But yes, I think that there could be a scenario where we do a reservation for future extension, should those properties redevelop.
Would that be an acceptable compromise? Just throwing that out there.
I mean, I don't like to steal good ideas, but that was going to be my question. But the chair was, privileges of the chair, right? But I do think that with that point in mind, having that infrastructure put in place, removing trees and green space for a plan that, I'll get a Stern talking to about this later, but we plan things, but there's a long lead time for a lot of them, and sometimes they just don't happen. And so to really impact what seems to be very active natural space in a way that's probably not needed, and there's an opportunity for us to modify that, I would strongly advise us to take into consideration and add or modify the site plan if possible. And then the only other things I was going to speak to is just, again, highlighting that I see a lot of different housing typology and housing diversity here, and that kind of definitely aligns with the policy. And so just really wanted to call that out. I see a lot of different detention and bioretention ponds throughout the site. And so one of my questions is, is there going to be a significant concern, or is all of these have to be delivered at one time? I didn't see a specific detail as far as the site delivery all at one time, because I see, of course, there's a lot of separate structures, and just thinking cohesively about the bioretention of the site. I don't know if that's even a detail we would look at this point, but I just saw so many different bioretention areas. That was one thing that just popped into my head. So
Typically, I think this is a one-phase development? Two, okay. So typically, stormwater would review the stormwater grading plans for the different phases, and they would take into consideration the needs of that phase, but they're also sort of looking at the broader site when they're reviewing those initial phases. And so this is, of course, preliminary, and so they're showing sometimes preliminary SPs will show more biopond areas than they actually end up needing on the back end when they're actually they want to be safe and make sure that they've covered themselves for all of the stormwater needs. But when they actually get into the grading and the engineering of it, you end up with fewer bio areas. They might just be configured slightly differently. And so it may end up looking a little bit differently than this when we get to the final, but stormwater would take all of that into consideration in totality.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. It was just unique to see that many. And so thanks for that clarification.
Ready for a motion?
Chair, if I might ask Lisa or the staff to summarize what a condition would be, since we can't just point and we have to put it in text. How might you, because I'm sensing at the commission with like a correction here about this access. Do you have a suggestion for how to describe what the condition would be?
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm excited.
I'm going to wing it. I would suggest a recommendation of approval with all staff's including all conditions, with a modified condition 3, indicating that the right-of-way for the east-west roads extend to the property boundaries and be identified for future connectivity, and that for the north-south road, that an area of reservation be established north of the east-west road to provide for potential future connectivity. And that the applicant continue to work with NDOT on east-west access easement for the property adjacent
make a motion with that text, that summary.
Second. All in favor? All opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Our next item is item 16 now. So I will let staff take it away.
Just going to come sit in a different chair for a little bit. Hi, Lisa, presenting item number 16. This is a request to amend the zoning code as it relates to adaptive residential. So the zoning code includes a section 1716.030 for something that is called adaptive residential, and that's a bit of a strange term, but I'm going to sort of walk through it. This was something that was added to the zoning code in 2004 to encourage residential development along collectors and arterials in the USD. And so this was in non-residential zoning districts. And so this was something where, for instance, if someone had CS zoned property, CS did not permit residential uses. So it was added that they would be permitted with conditions, and some of those conditions were related to the location of the property, that it be within the USD, that it have the majority of its frontage on a collector or arterial street, and then if you met all of those conditions, and that a minimum of 40% be residential. If you met all of those, you were allowed to build residential along our collectors and arterials. This has contributed to a significant number of residential units being constructed along those corridors in the time that since it's been adopted. It's called adaptive residential because it could be within an existing building, but they also allowed it within new construction. So there are some proposed amendments to this adaptive residential. It has been in place since 2004, as I mentioned. The two primary changes would be to expand this to areas outside of the USD, that's the Urban Services District, and also to remove the requirement for that the majority of the frontage has to be on a collector or an arterial. This will increase the number of parcels that are available for residential development, but the new parcels are still centered primarily around corridors and commercial mixed-use areas. We took a look and did some analysis. I had our data team pull some information for me on the number of parcels that are zoned in the districts that would be impacted by this across the county as a whole, and then looked at the number of parcels that are currently eligible for adaptive residential and how many additional would be opened up. So of the parcels that are zoned in these districts, which are generally the C districts, CS, CN, CL, CSA, et cetera, and OG, which is Office General. Within those, about 5,500 parcels across the county. Around 78% of those are already eligible for adaptive residential. So the vast majority of the parcels that are zoned that way are eligible already. And so you're really going to be opening it up sort of within the outside of the USD. But again, those are still within commercial areas and centered on corridors where it would be appropriate to have residential development. The remaining amendments that are proposed clean up the section. We've learned some things since 2004, since it was adopted. So it's cleaning up the section a bit, taking out some language that's no longer needed, and adding a bit of clarification around structured parking and the treatments that are needed for exposed structure parking, so that we can sort of up the standards on those just a little bit. And so staff is recommending approval with a second substitute. So the ordinance has been substituted already, and our recommendation is based on that ordinance. But we would like to add some clarification related to the applicability to planned unit developments, where we have a lot of planned unit developments that are commercial planned unit developments. And so we wanted to add some clarification that unless residential is sort of specifically permitted by an approved master plan, that PUDs would not be eligible, so that there's not, so that we're just making sure that we've got that little bit of clarification. And with that, staff recommends approval.
Ms. Millian, the applicant in this case is a council member, not staff, correct? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Horton is the applicant. He's here.
All right, Councilmember, thank you for waiting with us.
Thank you. Yeah, I spoke at the beginning of this. I don't really have much additional material to offer other than to thank the staff for their additional analysis and excited to add so many additional parcels in the county eligible for housing. So thank you for considering this, and I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in support?
Good evening. I'm kind of missing the days that I could speak at the beginning right now. I come today in support of this. Nashville needs 52,000 homes by 2030. This legislation will expedite the entitlement process. The expedited entitlements ensure that projects can start and finish on schedule, preventing cost overruns and delays in delivering these much-needed homes. Streamlining entitlement processes can enhance overall government efficiency by reducing administrative burdens. As a former council member, I have experienced that communities want change to happen for them and not to them. And this legislation will adequately create the tools that both respect that desire and create housing more quickly. Predictable and expedited entitlements attract investors who are rest assured that their projects won't be delayed unnecessarily. This can foster a more conducive environment for business growth and development. Planning staff has indicated in their own statement that removing the restriction would increase the number of parcels for potential housing developments, but that those parcels are still primarily centered around corridors and commercial mixed-use areas, making them appropriate for housing. Overall, expediting entitlements is not just helpful, but essential. It optimizes processes, supports economic activity, enhances government efficiency, and improves responsiveness to business and public needs. It's a win-win for everyone involved, and everyone deserves a quality place to live. Thank you.
How's it going? Neil Kornatek, 1704 Martin Street. I'll make 2 quick points. I like to go back to our current mayor's 15 fixes that he ran on, and one of them is ditch red tape, talking through how this would help build housing, allow for a lot more parcels to be able to build housing on. I think that that's really important. And to do that quickly and to maybe save some time at some of these meetings so we're not here so late. I think everybody would really appreciate that. The other point I want to make is I got a chance to spend some time in Cincinnati recently. Lovely city, had never been before. One of the things that they have is kind of neighborhood business districts. And so they're scattered throughout the city. And in those districts, there's a little shop and there's a little place to go and the buses are able to run towards that. And I think that this is an opportunity to kind of see that happen more often, where we are building housing that then brings in businesses and they support each other. And I'd like to see that more than just in my neighborhood that's close to downtown. I want to see that throughout the county. And I hope that we'll approve this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking in support? Those speaking in opposition?
Hey, Twanachik, 5967 Cane Ridge. It's not really opposition, it's just comment, but there's no option for that. So I just want to say, please be mindful of the balance. I go back again to the 10,000 units that have been added between Nolensville and Murfreesboro, Bell Road and the county line. And we have not added, the last grocery store that was added by Mr. Blackburn. So we don't have any additional grocery stores anywhere in that sector, in that inter area. So we leave and often go to Sam Ridley Parkway to do all of our grocery shopping because we don't have the basics there. So I can think of some places like CHS maybe by Tanger that is an unoccupied space right now, being great for this. But if everything gets turned into residential and we lose the balance and we don't do some grocery stores, then we're still dealing with that same issue of traffic. So please keep the balance in mind. And as Councilmember Toombs said, please make it something that requires community notice so that when we have feedback about those kind of things, we have a legal opportunity to provide it. And then the final point I want to make is that we're often told in Cane Ridge that we can't get additional things because we don't have the rooftops. And yet we've added 10,000 rooftops. So it's not just about that, it's also about dollars, and we realize that. White Bridge Road earlier has Trader Joe's, they have Publix, they have Kroger's, they have Target all right there, and they're adding units, makes a lot of sense, and we haven't had a single new grocery store added. So just please be mindful of that balance when you're making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no more comment, we'll close public hearing. All right. Commissioner Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on what Ms. Chick said. Councilperson Toombs did state that she wasn't opposed, but she would like to be given notice. Is that part of what we have here, or is it just automatically entitled?
So that's already in the ordinance, and that's not being removed.
Okay.
And so Councilmember Toombs actually had a text amendment a couple of years ago, maybe, requiring notice. And so that is still in the ordinance. It's not changing.
Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chick, for coming up and speaking on this. Thank you to all the council members who spoke on this as well. As it was mentioned, more housing is very much needed, and it's important, and having it on the corridors is the logical place for that type of housing density. I agree with Ms. Chick, though. We need to make sure that we balance it so that we are getting the retail and commercial amenities, which aren't as prevalent in the general service district. So this amendment would open up this entitlement in the general service district, which really doesn't have as much of that commercial amenities that they yearn for. I appreciate the comment by my colleague about the need for us to listen to the disenfranchised community. I live in and represent a disenfranchised community. So I also want to make sure that we are considering how this amendment, and I guess I'll ask staff, if you all looked at how this amendment might impact communities that have been gentrified and changed over time, and also the historic preservation of properties and neighborhoods. Did you all look into that as a review in this text amendment?
So if properties if properties that are eligible or become eligible for this are under any type of historic overlay, they would still have to go through historic commission approval. So being eligible, the Historic Commission will often say that the overlays don't control use, they control form. And so even if you're opening up additional uses, they would still have to go to the Historic Commission for any sort of approval. So this would not undo that. To your question about if we looked at areas that have gentrified, I think that most of the neighborhood change, the most dramatic neighborhood change that we've seen is likely in areas where this is already eligible as a tool. And so as you move sort of a little bit further away into the general services district, we have not seen that impact as much. We looked more at this from the standpoint of where those properties were located, and if we felt like opening it up to residential was an appropriate thing, with the understanding that if you have properties that come in to build and they trigger MMTAs, they're still going to have to do that. They're still going to have to do improvements. This is just allowing for broader use.
Thank you. I know that the planning staff is currently conducting a study and an analysis to look at how the infrastructure and housing might impact those historic neighborhoods that have been gentrified. Is there anything that you all may have come up in starting on that study, and I know that has just started, but is there anything that you would recommend that we might add as a condition or add to this that would, I don't know, address that or consider that, particularly in the general service district?
So we do see this a little bit differently, just because this is primarily, even though we would be removing the requirement that it have the majority of its frontage on a collector arterial. When looking at sort of the map of where these properties are located, they're still centered around collectors and arterials. And so we see this a bit differently than we see some of the neighborhood change work and more residential neighborhoods. We do see this as being separate and sort of a different category of housing and opportunity.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate the work that you all have done in looking at the parcels, the 5,500 parcels, and that 78% of those are already eligible, so that, and the fact that it is continuing to remain on the collector and major corridor roads. I think that makes a big difference, and it will help improve or increase housing density in our area. So I just wanted to make those comments and get that feedback, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Henley? First, I mean, extremely supportive of this. I think, again, just unlocking the built assets that we already have is just critically important for a city that's growing as fast as we are. I have a question, and again, the context for this question is not meant to be in any way, form, or fashion to make the amendment more prohibitive, because I understand the purpose of it. But I've noticed that there's a minimum called out for qualification, for lack of a better term, of 40% for residential uses across the floor area. But I don't see any minimum or proportionate amount for retail or commercial. I know there's some language in here about if you add a structure, if you add parking, they have to be lined or treated a certain way. But my brain is thinking through, I mean, I'm a developer, so I'm gonna talk about us for a second, but I see a property and I'm like, this is the least amount of cost, greatest amount of return. I'm not adding any structure, and I just convert a space to all residential units, and it's 100 new units, just for talking purposes. I think I think Commissioner Clifton eloquently stated this, we've kind of figured out the way to do it, and that's to make sure that there is an amenitized space with commercial and retail components to it, and not just concentrating housing. And I think we've had Ms. Chick come up and highlight how sometimes we get the housing and we all know we need it, but there's also the complementary uses that we really want. And so I just want to make sure that, at least in the thoughtfulness of what we want to do here with the intent of this, is that there is some way to make sure that those folks that are trying to effectuate what we want to happen also are mindful. And maybe there is some text that makes that happen. I don't know what that text is, and we shouldn't do that at the bench. I've been trained well. But I do think there's something that possibly could be done there, whether it's a minimum percentage or a proportionate type of scaling. But I'm visualizing that one project that we really know didn't get it right, but they followed the black and white that we put in front of them, and so we kind of have removed our ability to steer. And so I'm just wondering if there may be some opportunities for that.
So, okay, yes, so we thought about that. And I think that the difficult thing with zoning is the limitations of it. And so if you were to say any project that utilizes the adaptive residential must have a minimum of so much commercial, then it's difficult sometimes from a market standpoint for that actually to happen. And we've had a couple of SPs where we've actually said you have to have this, and it cannot be your lobby, it cannot be your exercise room, it has to be a non-residential use. And we have seen some success with that, some empty spaces that have sat for a long time, many years. And so I think if you try to regulate that on something like this, where I will say even with the adaptive residential that we have had, we still have those corridors have a vibrant mix of uses. And so they haven't turned all residential. And so when you start to sort of try to mandate on a building by building basis a minimum, it becomes really difficult from a market standpoint. But we have seen that the corridors where the residential has been built, I think if anything, the commercial has been, has sort of followed where we've had the new residential. And so even if it's not in the residential building, the corridor as a whole has become more holistic in its uses. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely does. I think in kind of, I guess my comment where I'll leave it there is, maybe there's some language that's subject to removal, but at least it's in writing, so the intent is there. And then whether it's staff or some level, just saying, hey, good faith effort was put in place and situation is unique or slightly different, therefore not required. And again, I don't know what that text is. But my other comment, and then I think I'm finished. We mentioned that this is not applicable to PUDs that are in place. And so my assumption is that that process would still operate just as it normally would. They would have to do a formal PUD abandonment and then potentially a rezoning process. Okay, I just wanted to.
Or if you've got a CS property where there's a PUD in place and they cancel the PUD, then it would be eligible. Yeah.
Just a comment, and Lisa, I welcome your feedback on this. So 2 things. One, we are doing the housing and infrastructure study with council that is going to be a broader assessment, and can definitely commit that we'll look at the balance of housing and other uses that are needed as sort of part of that. So that's just a general statement. Lisa, if we were to entertain encourages staff to continue to work with the council member on whether it's, feasible to provide some minimum standard, and we can certainly do that. I think Lisa's point, though, is a good one, that zoning sometimes can't respond on the site-by-site level, and that control that I think you're, talking about wanting us to have. Maybe one project, we'd like to exert that, but overall, the removal of obstacles is important. And so on balance, we would recommend a scenario where we're removing those reviews so we can deliver the housing more quickly. Those are just a couple of thoughts, but Lisa will be marinating with the light bulb about whether there's some kind of a continue to work with a council member condition, which we can think about while y'all are deliberating.
I'll add one thing. I think I'm supportive of language, continue to marinate on it. But I think one of the things that this does enable, or at least hopefully circumvent, is downzoning. Is if you have a CS and you want residential, I think it is fairly, I don't want to say easy, but it's easier than the other way around to just downzone your property to residential, and that sort of circumvents any commercial on the property now and maybe into the future. So I'm supportive. I don't think a small just note from the Planning Commission would be bad, but I'm also supportive of this.
Lisa, I don't see your light bulb. You haven't given me the look. So it encourages the staff to continue to work with the council member to evaluate the feasibility of non-residential uses as either a ratio or other component, or if you want to add any language there.
I'm perfectly fine with what you stated. I think, again, just if it's something in text that just says, the intention is to try to deliver a, mixed-use environment for the residents if this process is put forward. It's something that clearly states that I think is just not in there right now. That's my point.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand. So if you have a property that's zone CS and you go into this adaptive residential use, it still could have commercial in it as well as the residential. And
Yes, that's right. Yes, you could have, and there are examples already built now that have either commercial or non-residential. I mean, I'm thinking of a couple of new ones on Gallatin Pike that have small shops on the bottom, residential above. Those were built under the adaptive residential. Yeah, there's some on Charlotte, same thing. But yes, you are allowed to have a mixture of uses, commercial, office, whatever it may be, and then residential. And then residential does not have a limit on the floor area, which makes it really sort of enticing to build. It opens it up.
Okay, so encourages the staff to continue to work with the council member on enhancing mixed-use environments. If you want to keep it more broad.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to make a motion with that, something subject to that wording included.
I have a motion. All in favor? All opposed? Item 16 passes. All right, thank you for everyone for staying with us. We'll skip on to other business. I believe we're at item 31. 4% COLA and 3% open range salary increase for the executive director, effective July 1st, 2024, as approved in the fiscal year 2025 Metro budget, based on the recommendation of the MPC Executive Committee. Anyone?
Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to say, after some conversation, again, hopefully everyone's aware of the cost of living adjustment that was announced by this administration. So I think just for understanding purposes, this would align with that. And then also the 3% merit-based increase is the additional percentage, just so everyone's aware of that. And yes, it would go into effect with our approved budget on July 1st. So I would make sure this is on the record, right? I would like to make a motion that we approve the 4% COLA, cost of living adjustment, and a 3% open range salary increase for our executive director that will become effective July 1st, 2024.
Seconded. All in favor? All opposed? Item 31 passes. Item 32 is the Historic Zoning Commission report. Nothing super notable. A couple of residential cases, long and spirited discussion of window mullions at Margaritaville. And that is about it. I'm going to go to item 33. Commissioner Henley, Board of Parks and Rec report.
Yes, absolutely. So had a previous conversation, Parks and Rec, just for context, just because I just made the motion. We also had similar conversations about executive director compensation there. So, just so we all know we're in the same boat. And then again, just to highlight all of the great work that the Parks Department is doing, their staff. I mean, this is the time of year where all of our park amenities, all of our park spaces get well used and well loved. But that also comes with a lot of strain on that department. And so just always wanted to highlight and showcase the great work that they're doing. And they did have a pretty robust amount of use for the park spaces for celebrating and recognizing the Juneteenth holiday. And so I thought that was really nice to just continue to see more and more adoption of that and utilizing our public spaces as places of celebration.
All right, the executive committee report. Do we have any members? Is that back to Commissioner Henley?
So no report other than I will now be one of the commissioners that's able to give the report.
Congratulations.
So thank you all for that.
Okay.
First, I wanted to thank Commissioner Smith for doing an awesome job as chairing the meeting. I've got some good news. So some of you may have seen an announcement yesterday that Nashville received a $5 million pro-housing grant award from the Housing and Urban Development Agency, the federal government. And I just want to, more is going to come. We want to do a little more of a joint announcement with them in the coming weeks. So we've been a little restrained, although I wanted to do lots of fireworks emojis. But this
So Nashville is one of 2 cities in the South to win this award. More than 175 communities applied, 21 communities were awarded. We and another got $5 million, and that was the top funding across the country. The max was 10 million. No one got that. So the next was 5, and we got that and one other. And so what it really demonstrates, the amount of work that went in, not just from our housing division, who I'm so incredibly proud of, but the entire department put in work for this grant. And it just shows that cross-collaboration, the work that you do on the zoning side certainly, but what housing's doing on the policy and platform side, we all come together, we can make great strides in this space. And so I'm incredibly excited. We'll be coming back to you to give you sort of an update on that progress. And then the second, I'm going to be a little cuter and just say, stay tuned. In the morning, there will be a follow-up announcement about a different program from the mayor's office that, again, is working with planning. It's a project that we've been working on for several years. So Rochelle's looking at me. Yes, I'm just teasing. So stay tuned. We're really excited about that as well. And again, sometimes we can do quick things. Sometimes we do things that can take a while to really put together thoughtfully. And I will just say on tomorrow's announcement, public-private partnership is what everybody's so interested in, but it takes time to do that work. And so perhaps in July, when we come back together, we can all talk a little more fully about that. But there's your tease. And
none of us will be able to go to sleep tonight.
I know, you'll be so excited. I did want to note, we have one meeting in July. It's the July 25th meeting. So I wish everyone a really safe Independence Day as well. Thank you.
Well, that's great news. And congrats to staff as well. I know that's a culmination of a lot of hard work. Councilmember Gamble, do you have any, no legislative update? Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting? All right. Adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.